Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called In the Garden. What do you think the story is about? I think it is about the children's adventure in the garden. What is Kipper holding? He's holding a daisy flower. Is the flower big or small? Yes, it is very big. It is taller than Kipper. What else do you see? Do you see the big bug? Why is everything so big in the garden? Let's read a story together. Kipper went into Chip's room and picked up the magic key. The key began to glow. "Oh, help!" said Kipper. Why do you think Kipper went into Chip's room? Maybe he wanted to play with Chip. Was Chip in the room? No, he wasn't. Was Biff in the room? No, she wasn't either. Where were they? What would happen if the key began to glow? Yes, the children went on an adventure. But why did Kipper say, "Oh, help"? Kipper didn't want to go on an adventure by himself. He wanted to do it with Biff and Chip. Kipper ran outside and looked for Biff and Chip. "Help!" he called. "The key is glowing!" What were the other children doing outside? Biff and Chip were playing with Wilf and Wilma. They were playing in the sand pit. "Look at the magic key!" called Kipper. What can you see in the sand pit? There was a sand pile. Wilma and Chip put a little toy car on top of the sand pile. Wilf was holding a big tube. Behind Biff, there was a sand castle. What's behind the sand castle? Yes, Dad's strawberry garden. Do you see the red strawberries in the green bushes? There were so many fun things to do outside. That's why nobody was smiling when they saw the glowing key. They wanted to play in the sand pit. They didn't want a magic adventure now. Biff was cross with Kipper. "Oh, come on, everyone," she yelled. "Run inside! Get to the magic house!" Why was Biff cross with Kipper? Maybe Biff didn't want Kipper to bring the magic key outside. Maybe Biff didn't want an adventure now. They were having a fun time in the sand pit. It was too late. The magic began to work. The children got smaller and smaller. Where would the magic take them? The children were in the grass, and everything looked big. The grass was like a jungle. "What big flowers," said Kipper. A jungle has many big trees and plants. Were they in a real jungle? No, the magic didn't take them anywhere. They were still in the garden. They just became small, and everything else looked so big. Chip saw a bumblebee. He didn't like it, and he didn't like the jungle. "Let's get out of here," he called. Do you think the children liked the adventure? I think they looked nervous. Chip was scared. He looked up and saw a bumblebee as big as a hairy monster. Chip, just don't look down. There is an earthworm by your feet. It looked like a snake. The children came out of the jungle. They came to a mountain. "What a big mountain," said Wolf. Was there a mountain behind Chip's house? Oh no, there wasn't. What became this big mountain? That's right, the sand pile in the sand pit. Did the sand pit change? No, it didn't. What changed? Yes, the children. They got smaller. Wow, isn't it strange? When you became small, everything looked so different. What happened next? Where did they go? Whom would they meet? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time.
本节目由喜马拉雅出品。
Oxford Reading Tree. Biff, Chip and Kipper Stories. Level 6. Written by Roderick Hunt. Illustrated by Alex Brichter. Series created by Roderick Hunt and Alex Brichter. Published by Oxford University Press, 2011.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading In the Garden. Previously, Kipper brought the glowing magic key outside. The children didn't have time to get to the magic house. They got smaller and smaller. Everything else looked bigger and bigger. The grass looked like a jungle. The sand pile looked like a mountain. Chip began to climb. He wanted to get to the top. "Come on," he said. "Let's climb up." Chip didn't like the jungle, but he liked the big mountain. What about you? Do you like the jungle or the mountain? The children got to the top. Kipper was hot. "I don't like climbing mountains," he said. Which one did Kipper like better? Picking flowers in the jungle or climbing mountains? Yes, he liked picking flowers in the jungle. But the view from the mountaintop was amazing. What can you see? I see a sandcastle. That's the sandcastle the children made in the sandpit. Now it looked like a real castle. The children looked at the sand. It looks like a desert, said Biff. Let's go down. Oh no, said Kipper. A desert is a land covered with sand. There's no water. It's hot and dry in the sun. Kipper was fed up with all the climbing. He just climbed up to the top. He didn't want to go down now. It's too much work. Look at the toy car, said Wilma. Let's get inside and ride down. We can ride down to the desert. What a good idea. Wilma always came up with good ideas. Would the toy car work? Did the children know how to drive a car? Whoosh! The car took them down the mountain.
This is fun,
said Wilma. Wilma was behind the wheel. She was smiling. Who else was smiling? Chip! Woohoo! That is fun! What about Biff and Kipper? Biff held onto the car rail. Kipper covered his eyes. They were scared. Oh, how are we going to stop? The car stopped in the sand. The children climbed out. Oh no, said Wilf. Look at that big cat. Well, that's one way to stop the car. I hope your mom or dad doesn't stop the car like this. But the children were happy about it. Everyone was laughing. Everyone except Wilf. He saw a cat from behind. The cat saw the children too. What do you think the cat was thinking? The cat might be thinking, mice in clothes. Interesting. If a cat thinks you are a mouse, you are in trouble. What could the children do? Where could they hide? The children climbed inside a bottle. Kipper was frightened. I don't like this, he said. What smart children! They always found ways to get out of trouble. Poor Kipper. He was frightened, but he was still trying to help Chip get in the bottle. The cat looked inside the bottle. It pushed it with its paw.
Go away, cat,
shouted Kipper. Shoo! Everyone yelled. We call a cat's foot paw. Shoo is the word you use to make a person or animal go away. Did the cat understand English? I doubt it. I don't think it understood Chinese either. What would the cat do to the children? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading In the Garden. Previously, the children climbed to the top of the sand mountain. The sand pit looked like a desert. They got inside a toy car and rode down the mountain. Whoosh! The car flew down the mountain and stopped in the sand. A big cat saw them. The children climbed out of the car and went inside a bottle. The children shouted, "Shoo! Go away!" But the cat wouldn't go away. Floppy chased the cat away. The children climbed out of the bottle. "Good old Floppy," said Biff. Do you think Floppy saw them? I don't think so. Floppy was only crazy about chasing the cat. Do you think Floppy would know who they were if he saw the children? They walked over the desert. Everyone felt hot. Everyone felt very hot. "I want a drink," said Kipper. Where was Kipper? He was crawling on the ground. Poor Kipper. But I have to say, even though Kipper felt hot or thirsty or frightened or tired, he never gave up. Not just Kipper. Nobody gave up. No matter how hard it was, the children always stayed together and worked together. What good children! What could they do? Do you see the green shadow over there? Maybe there was water. "Look," said Wolf. "Giant strawberries!" The children ran to eat them. "I love strawberries," said Chip. "So do I," said Wolf. What's better than water? Strawberries. Giant, juicy, sweet strawberries. Every strawberry was bigger than a watermelon. They walked across the sand pit and came to Dad's strawberry garden. "Thank you, Dad." The children ate the strawberries. They pulled off big lumps. Lumps 就是一团或者一块的意思。Kipper licked his lips. "I like this adventure now," he said. Finally, it was good to be small. It was a perfect ending to their long adventure in the garden. But wait, it's not the end yet, I'm afraid. Look at the sky. It's dark and cloudy. A storm was coming. It began to rain. "What big drops," said Wilma. "I feel sick now," said Kipper. "So So do I, said Chip. Why did they feel sick? I think they ate too many strawberries too fast. Poor Kipper. He got hit by the big drop. Ouch! That must hurt. Life was hard if you were tiny. What could the children do? Where could they hide? The children ran to a giant flower pot. They hid under it. The key began to glow. What did I say? The children always found ways to get out of trouble. This time, they found a flower pot. The magic was over. I can't see, said Chip. He had the flower pot on his head. I like the hat, said Wilma. Everyone was laughing. They were laughing because Chip was funny with his new hat. I think they also felt relieved that the magic was finally over. Life was hard if you were tiny. Look at the puddles on the ground. For tiny people, these puddles must be like lakes. They had to swim across them. I'm sure Kipper learned not to bring the magic key to the garden again. Dad looked at his strawberries. I don't know, he said. There must be giant slugs around here. Dad brought all kinds of chemicals to kill slugs. Why did Dad think there were giant slugs? What did he see? Yes, he saw the strawberries the children ate. Well, Dad, it's not giant slugs, but tiny children. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called Kipper and the Giant. Who is in the picture? A giant. Does he look like a good giant or a bad giant? He looks strong and a bit angry. Where did he come from? Where is he going? Where is Kipper? Let's read the story together. There's Kipper. Kipper was watching television. He was watching a program called The Angry Giant. He liked the program. Did Floppy like the program? Not really. There were no cats in the program. Floppy was not interested. What was the program about? It was about an angry giant. The angry giant lived in a castle near a village. Nobody in the village liked the giant. He was always cross. Did you see the castle? It had green roofs and towers. It was a beautiful castle. What was the giant holding in his hands? A giant club. Why did he carry a giant club? Did someone try to hurt him? No. Everyone in the village ran away from him. Then why was the angry giant so angry? When the giant was cross, he stamped his feet, and the houses shook. Oh no! Everyone said. He's cross again. He's always cross. Stamp means you bring down your foot heavily on the ground. Can you see the houses shaking? The whole village was shaking. When will you get cross? When someone broke your favorite toy? Or your friend didn't want to play with you? Yes, everyone gets cross every now and then. But are you always cross? I hope not. Nobody should be always cross. Then why was the giant always cross? We need to know more about him. Kipper went to find Chip, but he was out. He picked up the magic key, and it began to glow. Oh, said Kipper. Where do you think the magic would take him? He ran to get Biff, but she was out with Chip. The magic began to work. It took Kipper inside the magic house. Kipper went on the magic adventure all by himself. The magic took Kipper to the gate of the giant's castle. Kipper was frightened. Did Kipper go inside the castle? No, he didn't. He was too scared to visit the giant. Also, look at the sign. It says, "The giant is away on holiday." The giant was not home. The gate was locked. He saw a signpost. It pointed to the village. He didn't want to meet the giant, so he went to the village. Why do you think Kipper didn't want to meet the giant? I think he was afraid the giant would be cross with him and hit him with the giant club. How many signposts do you see? I see 2. One big, one small. One for the giant, one for the village people. Which signpost did Kipper see? I think he saw the big one for the giant. The small one was too small for him. Wait a minute. What does that mean? Kipper came to the village, but it was tiny. Kipper was a giant. Oh no, said Kipper. Why did Kipper say oh no? That's right, because the village people didn't like giants. What do you think Kipper felt when he saw the villagers? What did the villagers do to Kipper? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. everyone. This is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading. Kipper and the Giant. Previously, Kipper liked watching television program called The Angry Giant. The giant was always cross. Nobody liked him. Then the magic key took Kipper to the gate of the giant's castle. Kipper was frightened. He didn't want to meet the giant, so he went to the village. Kipper came to the village and found out everyone was tiny and he was the giant. What did the villagers say to Kipper? "Go away!" yelled the people. "We don't want you. We've got one giant. We don't want another one." When the villagers saw Kipper, how did they feel? They were cross with him. They were fed up with one giant. They didn't want another one. I can understand why they were cross. What did they do to Kipper? The people threw things at Kipper. "Go away!" they yelled. "We don't want another giant. We don't want you." What did the people throw at Kipper? Tiny potatoes, tomatoes, and melons. Did they hurt? Probably not. But their words hurt more. They yelled, "Go away! We don't want you!" Those words hurt. Kipper wanted the villagers to like him, to play with him, to be his friends. He didn't want the villagers to throw things at him, to yell at him, and to tell him to go away. Nobody wanted to be treated this way, right? "Stop it!" shouted Kipper. "I'm not a giant, I'm a boy." The people said, "Well, you look like a giant." Do you think Kipper was a giant? Well, he was certainly a lot bigger than the villagers. But not all giants were alike. Some giants were angry. Some were happy. Some giants were bad. Some were good. But the villagers didn't care what kind of giant Kipper was. In their eyes, all giants were bad. Kipper began to cry. "I'm not a giant," he said. "I'm a little boy, and I don't like this adventure." When Kipper was crying, what did the villagers do? They stopped. They came closer. Some used umbrellas. Some looked at his shoes. A man took a photograph. They were curious. What do you think they were thinking? "Giants don't cry," said the people. "Perhaps he's a little boy, but he looks like a giant to us. Perhaps he can help us." Perhaps means maybe. How interesting. When the angry giant stamped his feet, the villagers ran away. When Kipper began to cry, the villagers came closer. Sometimes you need to be strong, but sometimes you can be weak. Tears can bring people to you. Kipper helped the villagers to mend their houses. He put back the broken roofs. "Good old Kipper," everyone said. Who broke the roofs? The angry giant. Who mended the roofs? Kipper the giant. How did Kipper feel now? Kipper was happy. It felt good to be helpful. "The giant threw this big stone at us," said the people. "We don't want it here. Can you put it outside the village?" "That's a big stone. Could Kipper carry it?" "Yes," said Kipper. "I'll try." He picked up the stone and took it outside the village. "Good old Kipper," everyone called. You see, the villagers stopped calling Kipper giant. They called him Good old Kipper. They saw Kipper as a friend now. What about the angry giant? What would happen when he came back? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Kipper and the Giant. Previously, the villagers didn't want Kipper. They threw things at him. They told him to go away. Why? Because Kipper looked like a giant, and the villagers didn't like giants. Kipper began to cry. The villagers thought perhaps Kipper wasn't a bad giant. Kipper helped the villagers to mend their houses. He picked up a stone and took it outside the village. Everyone called, "Good old Kipper." All the people liked Kipper. "Thank you," they said. "You have helped us a lot." The village band played for him. From throwing things at Kipper to playing music for him, the villagers learned that giants could be good friends too. The giant came back. He was very angry when he saw Kipper in the village. Why was he angry? "I'm the giant here!" he shouted. He ran towards the village. Crash! He fell over the stone. "Ouch!" he yelled. Who put the stone there? That's right, Kipper. Perhaps Kipper wanted to stop the angry giant from coming to the village. The giant had a big fall. Things flew out of his suitcase. Can you tell where the giant went on holiday? I guess It was Spain. 西班牙. The people were frightened, but Kipper went to help the giant. He picked up the giant's things and put a bandage round his head. Kipper was not only kind to the villagers. Kipper was kind to the giant too. He helped the villagers. He also helped the giant. Who do you think was bigger, Kipper or the giant? Kipper was bigger than the giant. Be a good giant, said Kipper. Stop being angry and the people will like you. The giant saw that Kipper was so big, but so kind to the villagers. What did he do? He cried. Why do you think he cried? Perhaps he felt sorry for what he did before. Perhaps he felt it was better to be a good giant than an angry one. Perhaps he wanted to be liked, not feared by the villagers. So, the giant stopped being angry. I'll try to be good, he said. Hooray! Shouted the people. Let's have a party! The giant brought fruit gums to the party. The villagers cut the giant candy into smaller pieces. A bag of fruit gums could feed the entire village. The key began to glow. It's time for me to go now, said Kipper. Goodbye. Thank you for the party. What did Kipper put in his pocket? The magic took Kipper home. Nobody likes an angry giant, said Kipper. What an adventure! What was Kipper holding in his hand? The straw donkey the giant gave him. When the giant stopped being angry, everyone started to like him. Do you like to be angry? No? That's good. If you are cross, what can you do? Well, it's okay to cry a little. Then you can think about what you can do to help others. When other people are happy, you will be happy too. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The Outing. What do you think the children are doing? Yes, they are going on a bus. They are going on an outing. Have you been on a school outing before? I bet you have. Let me guess. Did you go to a park or a museum? Where are the children going this time? Let's read a story together. A bus came to the school. The children climbed in. I like going out, said Wilf. Don't push, said Mrs. May. How did the children feel? They felt happy and excited. Biff was so excited that she dropped her lunchbox. Whoops! How do you think Mrs. May felt? I think she was a bit nervous. She didn't want any child to get hurt, go missing, or cause any troubles. She had a lot to worry about. The bus set off.
Hooray!
Shouted the children.
We are going to the zoo!
Don't shout, children, said Mrs. May. Why did Mrs. May ask the children not to shout? If everyone shouted, nobody could enjoy the ride. Do you agree? Biff sat with Chip. Wilf sat with Nadim.
This is fun!
Shouted Nadim. It is if you don't shout, said Mrs. May. What Mrs. May wanted to say is, it is fun if you don't shout. Oh, look at the boy behind Chip. How was he doing? Poor boy. It looked like he was going to get car sick. Oh, that's not fun. Oh, watch out! It's raining sandwiches and fruits. Someone's bag tipped over. It was not easy to keep a bus full of children safe and well. Do you agree? The bus stopped on the way. The children climbed out. Some children looked at the water. Some children went to the toilet. Did they get to the zoo yet? Not yet. The bus stopped at a rest area so everyone could take a break. Don't run away, said Mrs. May. And don't go too near the water. Mrs. May looked at her watch. Mrs. May looked around at the children. She was still a bit nervous. Was the bus driver nervous? No, he's fine. Wilf kicked a stone, and his shoe came off. The shoe landed in the water with a splash. Oh, Wilf, said Biff. I'm sorry I laughed, but it's so funny. Don't you agree? Poor Wilf. What was he going to do? Can you think of a way to help Wilf? Well, we couldn't use the boat because it was locked. We shouldn't swim because the water could be dangerous. What could he do? Wilf couldn't get his shoe. He told Mrs. May about it. What a silly thing to do, she said. I don't know what we can do. Mrs. May was cross. Wilf was sorry. There was nothing they could do. Clouds were getting thick and dark. It looked like The sky was getting angry too. Well, let's look at the bright side. At least Wilf had one shoe left. When they got to the zoo, it began to rain. The children climbed out of the bus and Mrs. May went to get the tickets. What did Wilf do to his foot? He tied a plastic bag to his foot. That's a good idea. What happened in the zoo? What if the rain didn't stop? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading. The Outing. Previously, the children went on an outing. They climbed into a bus. Mrs. May asked the children not to push or shout. The bus stopped on the way. Mrs. May asked the children not to run away or go too near the water. But Wilf kicked a stone into the water. His shoe came off and landed in the water too. When they got to the zoo, it began to rain. But the children were excited about the zoo. Nadim wanted to see the elephants. Wilf wanted to see the lions, and Biff wanted to see the crocodiles. I hope the rain stops, said Mrs. May. Which animals did Mrs. May like to see? Mrs. May worried about the rain. She didn't have time to think about the animals. Do you like to visit the zoo in the rain? It rained and rained. The children were fed up. The animals were fed up too. Don't get wet, said Mrs. May. Mrs. May didn't want the children to catch a cold. They stayed out of the rain, but the animals had no place to hide. They got wet. It's not fun to visit the zoo when it rained. The rain didn't stop, so the children climbed back on the bus. Can we go to the museum? Asked Nadim. What a good idea, said Mrs. May. Why do you think it was a good idea to go to the museum? Yes, because there are many fun things to see in a museum. And it's indoor, so everyone could stay out of the rain. Good job, Nadim. Great thinking. They went to the museum. This is good, said Wilf. We can see dinosaurs here. I like dinosaurs, said Nadim. Do you like dinosaurs? Yes, I do too. Let's go and see the dinosaurs with the children. They began to run towards the dinosaurs. Don't run, called Mrs. May. The dinosaurs won't go away. Mrs. May was right. We shouldn't run in a museum. The dinosaurs were not zoo animals. They wouldn't go away. If you ran, you might bump into someone, or worse, knock over a dinosaur. They looked at a big dinosaur. What is this one called? Asked Wilf. I don't know yet, said Nadim. Let's go and see. What a giant dinosaur! It had a long neck and a small head. Oh, why was the little boy crying? Was he scared of the big dinosaur? Don't be scared. The dinosaurs won't bite you. They can't move. Biff had a camera. She took a photograph of the dinosaur. What is it called? She asked. It's an Apatosaurus, said Nadim. I didn't know it's called Apatosaurus. Now I know. I love museums. I can always learn new things there. Do you like museums? The children went into a room. A lady told them about dinosaurs and showed them some pictures. Why did Nadim stand up? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The Outing. Previously, the children got to the zoo, but the rain would not stop. The zoo was not much fun in the rain. Nadim asked Mrs. May if they could go to the museum. Mrs. May thought it was a good idea. In the museum, the children saw some dinosaurs. One of them was called an Apatosaurus. The children went into a room. A lady showed them some pictures of dinosaurs. Nadim stood up and raised his hand. I know what that one is called, said Nadim. It's called an Apatosaurus. Good, Nadim, said Mrs. May. Finally, Mrs. May could sit down and take a break from worrying about the children. The children went to the shop. Wilf got a book about dinosaurs. Nadim got a model to make. It was a model of an Apatosaurus. Now, when they went home, they could learn more about dinosaurs and make a model. Nadim really liked the Apatosaurus. Which dinosaur do you like the most? I can make it at home, he said. Chip said, Come to our house. We can help you. That's a good idea. Would Nadim say yes? The bus got back to school. It was time to go home. Thank you, said the children. Thank you for a lovely day. The children were saying thank you to the driver. They were saying thank you to the teachers. Whoops! Biff dropped her lunchbox again. Oh, Biff. Well, at least she didn't drop it in the water. Finally, Mrs. May smiled. She was glad that the children had a lovely day. Some of you may say, I don't like Mrs. May. She always said, don't do this, or don't do that. But some of you may say, I like her. I know she cares about the children and always made sure they were safe and well. It's not easy to take care of so many children during an outing. What do you think? Do you think Mrs. May did a good job? Do you think she was a good teacher? Goodbye, Mrs. May, said Nadim. Can we draw dinosaurs tomorrow? What a good idea, said Mrs. May. Nadim always had good ideas. I like how he shared his ideas with Mrs. May. If you have some good ideas, you can also go to your teacher and ask, can we do this? Or can we do that? Maybe your teacher would also say, what a good idea. Nadim and Wolf went home with Biff and Chip. They went to Chip's room and began to make the model. What a fun day they had! First, they went to the zoo, then to the museum, and now to Biff and Chip's home. What was Biff pointing to? The magic key began to glow. Biff ran to the box and picked it up. Come on, she called. It's time for a magic adventure. Oh, look, Wolf still had a plastic bag on his foot. Oh no, he would have to go on the adventure with only one shoe. I hope it's not raining in the adventure. Come on, Nadim, called Chip. We are going on a magic adventure. We are going to the land of the dinosaurs. How did Nadim look? He looked a bit nervous. He had never been on a magic adventure before. Relax, Nadim. It'll be fun to go to the land of the dinosaurs. Wait a second. How did Chip know where the magic would take them? Was he right? We'll find out in the next story. Goodbye. Hi everyone. This is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called Land of the Dinosaurs. In the last story, the children went to the museum and saw some dinosaurs. Afterwards, Nadim and Wolf went to Biff and Chip's home. They were building a dinosaur model together. Suddenly, the magic key began to glow. The magic took the children to the land of the dinosaurs. What happened there? Let's read a story together.
We are going on a magic adventure,
said Chip. The children went through the door of the magic house. Oh, help! said Nadim. How did Nadim feel? This was his first magic adventure. I think he must be very nervous. The magic took the children to the land of the dinosaurs. I don't want this adventure, said Nadim. I don't want to meet a dinosaur. How did Nadim feel now? I think he was not only nervous, he was also scared. I thought Nadim liked dinosaurs. He was excited to see the Apatosaurus at the museum. He even bought an Apatosaurus model to bring home. Why was he scared now? Would you be scared if you were going to meet a real dinosaur? A dragonfly flew by. Look at this, said Chip. It's a giant dragonfly. What a big one! In the land of the dinosaurs, insects like the dragonflies were huge. Do you know why? Because at that time, there were no birds yet. Insects ruled the sky. Chip found a footprint. It was a giant footprint. Come and look, said Chip. It must be a dinosaur's footprint. How did Chip know it was a dinosaur's footprint? Yes, first, the footprint was big. Second, most dinosaurs had only 3 toes for walking or running. Biff took a photograph of the giant footprint. I can take this photograph to school, she said. Wow, a photograph of a dinosaur's footprint. They were going to be famous. Good job, Biff, for bringing your camera. Nadim found some eggs. They were big eggs. They must be a dinosaur's eggs, he said. What do you think? Do you think they were a dinosaur's eggs? Well, I'm sure they were not chicken eggs. One of the eggs began to crack. It's going to hatch out, said Biff. Something came out of the egg. It's a little dinosaur, said Nadim. To hatch out means to come out of an egg. Wow! The children got to see a baby dinosaur hatch. How lucky! What do you think of the baby dinosaur? Was it cute? Something flew by. The children were frightened. What is it? asked Chip. I don't know, said Biff. The children ran fast. Nadine ran the fastest. What was it? Whatever it was, it looked big. Were the children in danger? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Land of the Dinosaurs. Previously, the magic took the children to the land of the dinosaurs. Nadine was excited to see the dinosaurs at the museum. But he was scared to meet a real dinosaur. The children saw a giant dragonfly. They found a giant footprint. They found some big eggs. A baby dinosaur hatched out. Then something flew by. The children ran. What was it? The children ran. It's a flying dinosaur, said Nadine. And it's a big one. Come on, let's hide. Nadine was right. It could fly, but it was not a bird. Remember, there were no birds at the time. It's a flying dinosaur. Look at its long mouth and sharp teeth. It looked scary. Let's hide. What did the flying dinosaur want to do? The flying dinosaur flew down to the eggs. It picked up the little dinosaur in its teeth. The flying dinosaur found its dinner. Poor baby dinosaur. It was just born, and now it was going to die. Where was its mom or dad? Could someone please help the baby dinosaur? Oh no, said Biff. It's going to eat it. She picked up a stick and ran out. Go away, she yelled. Why do you think Biff was so cross? She probably felt it's not fair for the big flying dinosaur to eat a baby dinosaur. Biff was very kind. The flying dinosaur was frightened. It probably was thinking, "What's this screaming monster? I've never seen anything like this. I'd better fly away." It dropped the baby dinosaur and flew away. Biff saved the baby dinosaur. The dinosaur flew away. But Chip was cross with Biff.
Huh!
You were silly, he said. It could have got you. Why do you think Chip was so cross with Biff? I think he was really worried the flying dinosaur would take Biff away and eat her. Chip was a good brother. Biff knew Chip was right. So she didn't say anything. Wilf ran on and climbed a hill. He wanted to look for an Apatosaurus. "Come up here, Biff," he called. "You can take a photograph." Wilf went everywhere with only one shoe on. It looked like his plastic back shoe worked quite well. Wilf had not climbed on a hill. He had climbed on a dinosaur, and it was enormous. It looked round at Wilf. "What? It's not a hill, it's a dinosaur." What an enormous dinosaur! Enormous means very, very, very big. What kind of dinosaur was it? Wilf was frightened. "Oh, help!" he said. He jumped down and ran. "Let's get out of here!" he called. How do you think the dinosaur felt when it saw Wilf on its back? I think it was surprised too, but not as frightened as Wilf. What kind of dinosaur was it? Can you tell? "Don't be frightened," said Chip. "It's an Apatosaurus. It's like the one in the museum. It won't hurt us." An Apatosaurus was gentle. It ate grass and leaves, and it moved slowly. Nadim put his hands over his mouth. He couldn't believe that he saw a real Apatosaurus. Why did the Apatosaurus look so frightened now? What was it looking at? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Land of the Dinosaurs. Previously, the children saw a flying dinosaur. It flew down and picked up the little dinosaur. Biff was cross. She scared the flying dinosaur away. Thank goodness the dinosaur flew away. But Chip was cross with Biff.
Huh!
He was worried about her. Wilf climbed a hill with one shoe on. He found out it was not a hill, but an enormous dinosaur. Wilf was frightened. Chip told him to relax. It was an Apatosaurus. The Apatosaurus would not hurt them. Biff took a photograph of it. What a long neck it's got, and what a long tail, she said. I need a bigger camera. Why did Biff want a bigger camera? I think because her camera was not big enough to photograph the whole dinosaur. Biff might be the first person to photograph dinosaurs. She must be excited. Why did the Apatosaurus look so frightened? Was he scared of Biff's camera? The Apatosaurus ran into the water. What an enormous splash, said Wilf. Nadim looked frightened. Oh, help! He called. What did Nadim and the Apatosaurus see? Another flying dinosaur? Another dinosaur was coming, and it looked very fierce. Let's get out of here, yelled Chip. It was not a flying dinosaur. It was something worse, much more fierce. Fierce means powerful, strong, and scary. Do you know what kind of dinosaur it was? Yes, it was Tyrannosaurus rex, short for T-Rex. In Chinese, we call it 霸王龙. Even the name sounds fierce. Biff took a photograph. Oh, come on, yelled Chip. Don't stop for that. This one could eat us. Chip didn't have time to be cross with Biff now. He pulled her by her shoulder. They began to run away. Wilf's other shoe came off in the mud. Suddenly, the key began to glow. Just in time, said Chip. Just in time means not late, not early. Something happens when you want it to happen. If the magic key didn't glow, the T-Rex might have caught up with Wilf or his shoe. The magic took the children to Biff's bedroom. What an adventure, said Biff. I've got some good photographs. Nadim was trying to catch up with his breath. Chip was looking back nervously. He was afraid the T-Rex might still run after them. And Wilf lost his other shoe. This is the fierce dinosaur, said Chip. Did you take its photograph? Yes, said Biff. Let's tell Mom and Dad. The children looked at the book Chip got from the museum shop. The book only had drawings of dinosaurs, but Biff risked her life to take photographs of real dinosaurs. With these photographs, she could publish a book of her own. The children would be world famous. I took photographs of dinosaurs, said Biff. Oh, yes, said Dad. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't put a film in the camera. Oh, no. There was no film. There was no photograph. How do you think Biff felt? She must be very disappointed. Now nobody would believe that they saw some real dinosaurs. What a pity. Well, maybe the magic key would take them back to the land of the dinosaurs again. Next time, Biff would make sure that she put a film in the camera. All right. That's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong.
Today, let's read a story called A Fright in the Night. A fright means a sudden feeling of fear. Who have a fright in the night? Yes, Biff and Chip. Where are they? Are they in Chip's room? No, it doesn't look like Chip's room. What do they see? What do you think happens in this story? Let's read it together. Biff and Chip went to stay with Gran. They went to stay for a week. Be good, called Mom. Don't worry, said Gran. I will. When Mom said, be good, whom did she talk to? Gran or the children? Yes, I think she told the children to be good. But why did Gran answer, I will? Perhaps Gran thought she was still young as a child. How did Biff and Chip feel about their stay with Gran? Oh, look at the big smiles on their faces. They looked forward to staying with Gran. Gran was always full of fun. Do you like Gran's house? Yes, I like it too. It looked like a house in a fairy tale. Gran's house was small. It had 2 bedrooms. Biff and Chip had to sleep in the same bedroom. Gran's house was not only small, it's old too. Look at the black beams on the ceiling. You don't usually see them in new houses. Were Biff and Chip okay with sleeping in the same bedroom? Would they fight over which bed they wanted? Biff wanted a bed by the door. Chip wanted a bed by the window. That's good, said Gran. That worked out well. Which bed do you want? The one by the door or the one by the window? Well, I like the one by the window. You can look out of the window. But either bed looked comfortable and lovely. I really like Gran's house. It's old and small, but it feels warm and welcoming. Gran took Biff and Chip for a walk. They went to the woods. Biff saw some blackberries. She wanted to pick some. What a lovely countryside! Look at the green rolling hills, the birds in the sky, the trees that just began to turn yellow, and blackberry bushes. Oh, I wish I could take a walk with Gran and the children. Biff and Chip wore their wellies. A walk in the countryside could be muddy. They were well prepared. Gran had some plastic bags. She gave one to Biff and Chip. We can make some blackberry jam, she said. How did Gran know to bring some plastic bags? Did she already know that Biff and Chip would want to pick blackberries? What else did Gran bring? She brought a book. She could read while Biff and Chip picked blackberries. Gran was very well prepared. Gran made the blackberry jam. Biff and Chip helped. Chip made some labels, and Biff licked the spoon. Thanks for the hard work, Biff. Do you know how to make blackberry jam? It's simple. You boil the blackberries in a big pot with lots of sugar and some lemon juice. You boil and boil and boil until blackberries become jam. Then you pour the jam into clean glass jars. They made 9 jars of jam.
You can take a jar home for Kipper, said Gran. And a jar for Wilf and Wilma.
What a sweet idea! I'm sure Kipper, Wilf and Wilma would love the gifts. Do you see the big pot on the stove? That's what Gran used to make the jam. Do you like Gran's kitchen? It's small and full of things, but it's clean and tidy. And now it must smell sweet and delicious. Gran's cat came into the kitchen. I think it came to help Biff lick the spoon. The children loved Gran's house. It was very old. It had a big fireplace. Biff helped Gran light the fire. It was a big fireplace, so big that you could almost walk in. Do you know what Biff held in her hand? It's a pair of bellows. You pump it. Ch, ch, ch. Air comes out of the small mouth. Biff used the bellows to blow air into the fire. What were they going to do next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time! Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading A Fright in the Night. Previously, Biff and Chip went to stay with Gran for a week. Gran's house was small. Biff and Chip had to sleep in the same bedroom. Biff wanted a bed by the door. Chip wanted a one by the window. Gran took Biff and Chip for a walk in the woods. Biff and Chip picked some blackberries. Actually, they picked a lot of blackberries. Gran made 9 jars of blackberry jam. Gran saved one for Kipper and one for Wilf and Wilma. Then Biff helped Gran light the fire. What were they going to do next? When the fire is lit, you need to put more logs into the fire. Chip helped Gran get some logs. Do you have ghosts? He asked. Gran laughed.
There are no such things,
she said. Why did Chip ask this question? Maybe Chip thought that Gran's house was so old and that ghosts like old houses. But Gran didn't believe in ghosts. Do you think they're ghosts? The fire was lit. They sat by the fire. Gran made some toast. Biff wanted to try the new jam.
It's still too hot,
said Gran. How did Gran make toast? She didn't use a toaster. She did it the old way. She stuck the toast with a long fork and put it near the fire. Too bad the jam was still hot. Otherwise, it would be so nice to put the new jam on the toast. Gran also made a big pot of tea. Biff was having a nice cup of tea with milk. What about Chip? What did Chip do? Chip had a new game. It was called Haunted House. Can we play Haunted House before we go to bed? He asked. A haunted house is a house with ghosts. But the haunted house Chip played with was a board game. Perhaps that's why he asked Gran if she had ghosts in her house. I guess Chip was very interested in ghosts. Are you interested in ghosts? If they were ghosts, would you like to meet them? It was time for bed. Gran got Chip a hot water bottle. Is the house haunted? Asked Biff. What's a hot water bottle? Some of you may have no idea what it is. Although it's called a bottle, it's more like a rubber bag. You pour hot water in it and put it under the blanket. It would warm up your bed. After playing Haunted House, Biff asked about the ghosts too. How did she feel about ghosts? I think she would not like to meet them. Oh, don't worry, laughed Gran. I don't have ghosts in my house. There are no such things. Gran said it again. There are no such things. Gran's house was old, but it's not haunted. Biff, relax. Why did Chip use a torch? Perhaps because Gran's house was so old, or perhaps Gran wanted to save electricity. There weren't enough lights around the house. A torch would help. Biff and Chip couldn't sleep. Biff had an idea. She wanted to play a joke on Chip. She had a torch in the bed. Why couldn't Biff and Chip sleep? It's their first night at Gran's house. They were too excited. What was Biff's idea? What could she do with a torch? Biff put the sheet over her head. She switched on the torch. The sheet glowed. Ooh, I am a ghost, said Biff. Biff did such a good job. Have you done this trick before? How did Chip feel? Do you think he was frightened? Could he know it was actually Biff? Chip laughed. He wasn't frightened. He pulled the sheet off Biff. That was a good joke, he said. Chip was too smart to be frightened. Could Biff and Chip go to sleep now? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading A Fright in the Night. Previously, the children loved Gran's house. Biff helped Gran light the fire in the big fireplace. Chip helped Gran get some logs. The fire was lit. Gran made some toast. Biff was having a cup of tea. Chip wanted to play a new game called Haunted House before bed. Both Biff and Chip asked Gran if she had ghosts. Gran said there were no such things. It was time for bed. Biff played a joke on Chip. A ghost joke. But Chip was not frightened. Biff and Chip heard a noise. It came from outside. Ooh, ooh, went the noise. Oh no, said Biff. It's a ghost. They only heard the noise. What did they see? How did the ghost look like? Chip looked out of the window. It's not a ghost. He laughed. It's an owl. Come and look. The owl went hoo, hoo, hoo. It sounded like a ghost, but there was no such thing. I guess the owl just played a joke on the children. Since there was no ghost, could they go to bed now? Biff and Chip looked outside. Oh no, said Chip. I can see a ghost. It is a ghost this time. What did they see? A white shadow in the shape of a human. Chip was really frightened this time. Even the owl was frightened. Oh, what could they do? Biff and Chip ran to Gran's room. Gran, called Biff. There is a ghost outside. But Gran wasn't in bed. But Gran's book was on the bed. The book was open. Gran was just in her room. Where was she now? Oh no, did the ghost catch Gran? Biff and Chip ran downstairs. Gran! called Biff. Where are you? We've seen a ghost! But Gran wasn't downstairs. The children's eyes were wide open. Their mouths were wide open. They were shouting. They were running. They saw a ghost. Then they lost Gran. How do you think Biff and Chip were feeling? Scared? Frightened? Lost? Helpless? All of the above? The door opened. Biff and Chip were frightened. Oh no, they said. Gran came in. What? That's Gran? Gran was the ghost? Why did Gran dress like that? Why did Gran go out in the dark? It looks like Gran was holding something. What was it?
We were frightened, said Chip. You looked like a ghost.
Gran laughed.
Oh, I'm not a ghost, she said.
Gran was holding her cat. She must have gone out to bring her cat inside the house. She wore a long nightgown and had the hood on. In the moonlight, from the back, she looked like a ghost. How did Biff and Chip feel now? There was no ghost, and they got their Gran back. What a relief!
I don't have ghosts, said Gran, but I do have 2 little monsters.
Gran laughed, and so did Biff and Chip.
Who were the monsters?
Yes, the 2 monsters were drinking hot drinks right now. What a night! Would you be frightened if you stay in an old house like Gran's? Don't be frightened. There are no such things as ghosts. But you do have to look out for monsters. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi, everyone. This is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The Laughing Princess. Who are these people in front of the children? They dress in funny clothes. What does the man to the right look like? Yes, I think he looks like a king with a crown on his head. What's Kipper showing to the king? Let's read the story together. Chip had a new book. It was about a princess who couldn't laugh. Nobody could make her laugh. Do you think Chip liked his new book? Yes, I think he liked it. Look, he smiled at the princess who couldn't laugh. Do you know someone who can't laugh? Oh no, I don't. And I wonder how it feels not to laugh. What a sad, boring life if you can't laugh. Chip had an idea. Try and make me laugh, he said. Biff made a funny face. Blah, 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 blah. Brrr. But she couldn't make Chip laugh. What was Chip's idea? Yes, he wanted to see if he could act like the princess who couldn't laugh. Look at Biff's funny face. Do you think she did a good job? I think she did a superb job. But Chip didn't laugh. Biff put on a funny wig. She told a funny joke. But she still couldn't make Chip laugh. It's no good, she said. What's the color of the wig? Yes, it's pink. Biff also wore a big red nose. Look, she even rolled up one of the trouser legs. She looked So funny! But it's no good. It didn't work. Chip didn't laugh. How did he do that? Chip could be a really good actor. He played a princess who couldn't laugh really well. Where did Kipper go? Did he not find this funny? Kipper had some joke teeth. The joke teeth were new. The teeth went click, click, click. Everyone laughed and laughed. Kipper did it. He made Chip laugh. He made Biff laugh. He made everyone laugh. He winded up the joke teeth, and the teeth went click, 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 as if they wanted to bite something. What a silly and funny toy! The magic key began to glow. The children ran into Biff's room. The magic took them on a new adventure. Look, Kipper brought the funny teeth with him. Where could the magic take them? The children were in a village. They saw a notice on a tree. It was about a princess who couldn't laugh. What a lovely village! Every house had a red roof. People were looking at the notice on the tree. Let's read it. It says, "Make the princess laugh. Audition every Monday and Tuesday." Audition is a tryout. If you think you can make the princess laugh, you have to come to the audition first and try it out. Kipper had an idea. He still had a joke teeth. "I can make the princess laugh," he said. So Kipper wanted to go to the audition. Many people came to the audition. One man brought a puppet. One man brought a monkey. One man walked on stilts. One man dressed like a clown. Why did so many people want to make the princess laugh? Look at the big word on the poster. It says, "Reward." If you can make the princess laugh, you get a reward. It could be lots and lots of gold or lots of candies. Whatever you like. The king was in the village. A girl told him a joke. "That's not funny," said the king. "That won't make the princess laugh." That's how the audition went. You first try to make the king laugh. If you can't, you won't make the princess laugh. If you were in the audition, what would you do to make the princess laugh? Would Kipper's funny teeth worked? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading The Laughing Princess. Previously, Chip read a new book about a princess who couldn't laugh. He played the princess and asked Biff to make him laugh. Biff made a funny face, but Chip didn't laugh. Biff put on a funny wig. She told a funny joke, but Chip still didn't laugh. Kipper brought some joke teeth. Everyone laughed and laughed. Then the magic key took them to a village. The king looked for someone who could make the princess laugh. If you could, you got a reward. The king was in the village. A girl told him a joke. The king didn't laugh. The girl was upset. "Who's next?" called the king.
I am,
said a man. "Oh, no," groaned the king. "Not another chicken." You groaned because you were in pain or lost hope. Why did the king groan? He saw a man who dressed like a chicken. Why did he say, "Not another chicken"? I think he probably already saw 16 chickens already, and he didn't think it was funny. The children went to the king. "We can make the princess laugh," said Biff. "How?" asked the king. Kipper lifted up the funny teeth. Did the king groan? "Oh no! Not funny teeth again!" No, the king had never seen funny teeth before. He was interested. Would the teeth make the king laugh? The teeth went click, click, click. Everyone laughed and laughed. That will make the princess laugh, said the king. It worked! Success! Kipper did it! His funny teeth made the king and his man laugh. Would Kipper get the reward? Kipper dropped the teeth. A dog caught them and ran off with them in his mouth. Whoops. That's not good. If Kipper lost the teeth, he wouldn't get the reward and the princess couldn't laugh. Go, run after the dog. Stop that dog! Shouted the king. Stop that dog and get the teeth! Everyone ran after the dog. Get the teeth! Shouted the king. What a funny dog with the funny teeth! I wish the princess could see the dog. If she saw it, she might laugh right there and then. Too bad she wasn't there. Where was the princess? The dog was too fast. Nobody could catch it. Stop that dog! Shouted the king. The king ran after Kipper, and Kipper ran after the dog. When the king spoke, everyone listened. But not the dog. It ran so fast that nobody could catch it. The dog ran this way and that. People tried to grab it, but it was too fast. "Get the teeth!" shouted Kipper. The chicken man tried to grab the dog, but he fell. A real chicken was frightened and jumped to the sky. The little dog with the big teeth looked back as if saying, "Do-do-do-do-do-do, you can't catch me." The king ran after the dog. Everyone ran after the king. The king fell over. Oh, the king almost caught the dog, but he fell and his mouth was full of dirt. What do you think the dog was thinking? He's probably thinking, "I don't know why these people are running after me, but I like this game." Why do you think the king tried so hard to catch the dog? Because he really wanted to make the princess laugh. Why did he want to make the princess laugh? Because he wanted her to be happy. Because he loved his daughter. Just like your mom and dad love you. Would the king get the teeth back? Could he make the princess laugh? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The Laughing Princess. Previously, the king heard a joke. The king saw a chicken man. He didn't think they were funny. The children brought the funny teeth to the king. Everyone laughed. The king thought that would make the princess laugh. But Kipper dropped the teeth. A dog caught them and ran off. Everyone ran after the dog. The dog was too fast. Nobody could catch it. The king ran after the dog himself, and he fell over. Would they ever catch the dog? The dog saw a bone, and it stopped. Chip grabbed the dog, and the dog dropped the teeth. Hooray! Finally, Chip did it! The children, the king, his people, and the chicken were catching up. How did the king look? He looked fierce. He would do anything to get the funny teeth. Not everyone was trying to catch the dog. Inside a window, a mom and a dad were playing with their baby. If the baby looked out of the window, I'm sure the baby would laugh. What funny people! Kipper picked up the joke teeth. Everyone looked at them. The teeth were broken. "Oh no," said the king. The teeth couldn't go click, click, click. The only thing that could make the princess laugh was broken. The king was sad, really sad. The king put the teeth on the cushion. What a pity, he said. Now they won't make the princess laugh. Why did the king put the broken teeth on the cushion? Because he thought the teeth were precious, even when they were broken. They were his hope to make the princess laugh. Now his hope was broken. What a pity. The princess heard the noise. She looked out of a window. She saw the king and she started to laugh. There was the princess. She was laughing. What made her laugh? The king had mud on his clothes. He had the teeth on the cushion. He looked so funny that the princess laughed and laughed. Did the funny teeth make her laugh? No. Did the chicken man make her laugh? No. What made her laugh? Her dad. The king looked at the princess. I've made the princess laugh, he said. Everyone laughed and cheered. What about the queen? Did she laugh? No, she looked cross. Why did she look cross? I think because the king had mud on his clothes. He looked so funny that he didn't look like a king. What did he look like? To the princess, he looked like a funny old dad. The magic key began to glow. The magic took the children home. But nobody saw the children go. Everyone was laughing. Why was everyone laughing? Perhaps they were happy that the princess finally laughed. Perhaps they laughed because they never saw their king being so funny. What made the princess laugh? Asked Kipper. I don't know, said Chip. But people laugh at silly things. The children still didn't know why the princess laughed. But I think Chip was right. People do laugh at silly things. In the story, the king would give you a reward if you could make the princess laugh. In the end, it was the king who made the princess laugh. What was the king's reward? I think his daughter's laughter was his best reward. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Christmas Adventure. Who's this old man with a big white beard? Ho, ho, ho! It's Father Christmas! What does Father Christmas do every Christmas Eve? That's right! He goes around the world giving gifts to children. That's why every child loves him. Look, Kipper gives him a thumbs up. You are the
best, Father Christmas.
What do the children do with Father Christmas? Let's read a story together. It was Christmas Eve. The children were excited. But Mom was hot and Dad was cross. Christmas is hard work, said Dad. What was Mom doing? She was stuffing a turkey. What was Dad doing? He was mixing cake batter. They were busy with cooking and baking. Hurry up, hurry up! There's not much time left. The kitchen was such a mess, but they had no time to clean up. Did they look like your Mom and Dad during Chinese New Year? Christmas is hard work. Chinese New Year is hard work too, for moms and dads. Where were the children? They were running around smiling. Could they help? Dad put up some decorations. He wanted the children to help, but they didn't want to. They were watching television. Decorations are things that make a place pretty. What were the colors of the decorations? They are green and red and golden, all the colors of Christmas. That's actually a fun job. Why didn't the children want to help? Oh, television. Do you think Mom was happy about what the children were doing? Nuh-uh. Dad turned off the television. "Oh," said Kipper. "We were watching a good program." "It's time to help," said Dad. Were the children happy about what Dad did? Nuh-uh. They waved their arms. They screamed. "Oh, no!" How did Dad feel? Dad was cross. How did Mom feel? Mom felt good. What did she feel good about? The Christmas lights on the Christmas tree. She made them work. Now the children could put decorations on the tree. Would they help? Just then, Wilf and Wilma came. They had presents for Biff, Chip, and Kipper. "We can help later," said Chip. How many presents did Wilf and Wilma bring? That's right, 3. 1 for Biff, 1 for Chip, and 1 for Kipper. They were such good friends. How did Dad feel now? He was still a bit cross. He wasn't sure if the children would help later. Biff and Chip had presents for Wilf and Wilma. "Don't open them until tomorrow," said Biff. What was Wilf doing? He was shaking the present and trying to find out what it was. During Christmas, children get presents from their friends, from their mom and dad, and from Father Christmas. Presents make Christmas So much fun! The magic key began to glow. It's time for a magic adventure, said Chip. I hope it's a Christmas adventure. Let's see if Chip was right. The magic key took the children to the land of Father Christmas. Hooray! said Wolf. We can tell Father Christmas what to bring us. Do you know where Father Christmas lives? He lives in the North Pole. It's very cold there and covered with snow. The children were excited. They all wanted special presents. I want a new bike, said Kipper. I want a new skateboard, said Biff. Which special present do you want? Maybe you can tell Father Christmas when we see him. Would the children see Father Christmas? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Christmas Adventure. Previously, it was Christmas Eve. Mom and Dad were working hard in the kitchen. The children were watching television. Dad wanted them to help put up some decorations, but they didn't want to. Dad was cross. He turned off the television. Just then, Wilf and Wilma came with presents. Chip told Dad they could help later. Biff and Chip gave presents to Wilf and Wilma and told them not to open them until the next day. Then the magic key brought them to the land of Father Christmas. The children were excited. They wanted to tell Father Christmas what they wanted for Christmas. The children rang the doorbell. They rang and rang, but nobody came to the door. That's funny, said Chip. What do you think this place looked like? I think it looked like an old factory. Were they in the right place? Look at the sign on the wall. It said, Father Christmas. There were also other names. Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, Noel, etc. They are different names for Father Christmas in different countries and languages. What's Father Christmas in Chinese? You are right. It's 圣诞老人. They should add that to the sign, don't you think? Where was he? The children looked for Father Christmas, but it was not there. There was nobody there. Where is everyone? Asked Wilma. What a mess! There were letters everywhere. Where did the letters come from? Yes, they came from children all over the world. What did the children write on those letters? Look at the labels on every bin. This one said, I'll have. This one said, bring me. The letter told Father Christmas which presents the children wanted him to bring. Do you think they were nice letters? The children were disappointed.
It's not fair, said Chip. I wanted to ask Father Christmas for a computer.
Oh my! There were more bins and more letters. The biggest bin said, I won't. It's full of letters that said, I want this, I want that. Just like what Chip was saying now. I want a computer. Next to the big bin was a smaller bin with few letters. This bin said, Please, may I have? Letters in this bin were much more polite. But polite letters were much fewer. What kind of letter would you write to Father Christmas? The children looked for Father Christmas. They came to his house. Maybe he's in here, said Kipper. Oh, look! That window was glowing. Someone must be in it. Could that be Father Christmas? The children went inside. An old man was asleep in a chair. It's Father Christmas, said Wolf.
Why is he asleep in a chair?
Father Christmas fell asleep while reading newspaper. He must be very tired. When would he start sending presents? Biff looked at the date. It's the 25th of December, she said. Father Christmas must be tired. He's been at work all night. What did he do all night? Yes, he traveled around the world sending presents to children. No wonder he was so tired. Suddenly, Father Christmas woke up. What are you doing here? He asked. It's Christmas Day. Did I forget to call at your house? Father Christmas was always thinking about the children, even when he just woke up. Father Christmas hadn't put up his decorations. I've been too busy. It's the same every year, he said. How did Father Christmas' house look like? It looked sad and cold and lonely. How do you think the children feel? They felt sorry for Father Christmas. Would the children tell Father Christmas what they wanted for Christmas? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Christmas Adventure. Previously, the children came to the land of Father Christmas. They rang the doorbell, but nobody came to the door. The children looked for Father Christmas, but he was not there. Only bins and bins of letters. The children were disappointed. They came to his house. They found Father Christmas asleep in a chair. Then Biff found out it was already December 25th. Father Christmas had worked all night. Suddenly, Father Christmas woke up. He told the children he didn't have time to put up decorations. Christmas was hard work every year for him. Father Christmas had no Christmas dinner.
I didn't have time,
He said,
children want so many presents.
What did Father Christmas have in his cupboard? Some old bread and a bottle of jam. Even the little mouse was not interested in his food. How did the children feel? The children were sorry for Father Christmas. They found a Christmas tree and put it up. Wow! Father Christmas had so many beautiful decorations, but they were so dusty. Kipper had to blow the dust off. They found some decorations and put them up.
I haven't had decorations up for years,
said Father Christmas. Do you think he liked the decorations? Yes, he did. The fireplace was lit. The decorations were up. The whole room came to life. It's starting to feel like Christmas. Even the cats became excited. Wilma and Chip made some strawberry jam sandwiches. Father Christmas found some lemonade and some crackers. What did Wilma and Chip put in the sandwiches? First, Chip spread some butter. Then Wilma put on strawberry jam. If they had Grant's blackberry jam, that would be even better. They were going to have crackers, sandwiches, and lemonade for dinner. It's not fancy, but Father Christmas was happy about it. Father Christmas put on his red coat. Ho, ho, ho! He laughed. Everyone cheered. Now Father Christmas looked like the Father Christmas we knew. Kipper gave him a thumbs up. You are the best, Father Christmas. We love you.
Thank you,
said Father Christmas.
Most children just want things, but you've given me a good Christmas.
They sat by the fire under the colorful decorations. It was first time in many years that Father Christmas had a real dinner. He gave a toast to the children. There's a saying in English, it's better to give than to receive. It's good to receive presents, but it's great to give presents. A present can be a dinner, a helping hand, and a good time together. Just then, the key began to glow. Happy Christmas, said everyone.
Goodbye,
said Father Christmas.
Thank you for everything. Everyone raised their cups and cheered. Did the children tell Father Christmas what they wanted? No. But everyone was happy because they all felt it's better to give than to receive. The magic took the children home. It was Christmas Eve again. What else can we do to help? Asked Chip. The children went to help Mom and Dad when they got home. Biff was peeling potatoes. Kipper was drying glasses. Chip was mixing food. They were happy helpers. Oh, look! They still wore the party hats from Father Christmas' dinner party. But now they were tiny. Mom gave the children a thumbs up. Our children are the best. If you want to help your mom and dad, don't wait until Christmas or Chinese New Year. How about doing something today? All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The Go-Kart Race. Zoom, zoom! Two girls are having a go-kart race. Who's in the blue go-kart? Yes, Anina. Who's in the red one? That's right, Wilma. Anina is ahead, but Wilma might catch up. Who do you think will win the race? Let's read a story together. Wilma and Biff saw a notice. It was about a go-kart race. Wilma had an idea. She told Biff about it. Do you remember what a go-kart is? Look at the go-kart on the notice. It had open wheels, meaning the wheels were outside the cart's main body. Dad made a go-kart for Biff and Chip before. What was Wilma's idea? Did she want to go and see the race? Or did she want to join the race? Biff and Wilma were excited. They told Mom about the race. We need a go-kart, said Biff. What about the old one? Biff and Wilma wanted to join the race. In order to do that, they had to have their own go-kart. Biff wanted to use the old one Dad made some time ago. Could they use the old one? Mom went to the shed. She found the old go-kart, but it was broken and rusty. Oh no, said Biff. The go-kart looked sad. It used to be bright red and shiny. Now it was rusty, 生锈了. A wheel was missing. A pedal was gone. The car seat fell off, and it was scruffy. Even Floppy didn't want to sit on it. Yucky. There was no way Biff and Wilma could go to the race with his old go-kart. Perhaps Dad could do it up. Let's go ask him. Biff told Dad about the race. Dad looked at the old go-kart. "This one is broken," he said. "But we can make a new one." Yay! A new go-kart was much better. Dad said, "We can make a new one." He didn't say, "I can make a new one." So Dad wasn't going to make the go-kart alone. Whom was he going to make the go-kart with? The children? The moms and dads made a new go-kart. Everyone wanted to help. Biff and Mom looked at the plans. Wilma helped her dad. Wow! Everyone came to help. What did everyone do? Mom looked at the plans. Biff used a ruler. Wilma used a hand drill to drill a hole. What was Biff's dad doing? He put his finger in his mouth. Why? I think he hit his finger with his hammer. Ouch! Do you like the go-kart they drew? It looked cool. The drawing was in black and white, but they could paint the go-kart with any color. Which colors do you like? Mom painted a go-kart. Chip helped. He was good at painting. "It looks brilliant," said Biff. They painted the go-kart in red and yellow, like fire. Do you like it? Yes, I think it looks brilliant too. Good at means you do something often and you do it very well. What are you good at? Are you good at painting too? Or are you good at singing, running, or swimming? I know what you are good at. You are good at learning English. See? You are doing it right now. Good job. Everyone looked at the new go-kart. Biff wanted a go, but Mom said she couldn't. The paint was still wet. Mom was right. What would happen if Biff sat on the wet paint? Her bottom would turn red. Oh no, Floppy, you can't get on the go-kart either. Mom took the children to a park. There was a hill in the park. It was a good place to try the new go-kart. Why was the hill a good place to try the new go-kart? Because the go-kart could roll down the hill by itself. Who was trying the new go-kart? How did it work? Would Biff and Wilma win the race? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tone. Let's keep on reading The Go-Kart Race. Previously, Wilma and Biff saw a notice about a go-kart race. They were excited. They needed a go-kart. Mom found the old go-kart in the shed, but it was broken and rusty. Dad looked at the old go-kart and said they could make a new one. The moms and dads made a new go-kart. Everyone wanted to help. Mom and Chip painted the go-kart red and yellow. It was brilliant. Biff looked at the new go-kart and wanted to go. But the paint was still wet. Finally, the go-kart was ready. They went to a park to try it. Wilma went first, but everyone had a go. Biff went last.
Woohoo! It's brilliant, she said.
Do you think the go-kart was fast?
Yes.
How do you know? Look at Biff's hair. It was flying in the air. And look at the dust rising behind the go-kart. The go-kart was as fast as the wind.
Whee!
Had a go means had a try. Everyone tried the new go-kart. Biff wanted to go even when the paint was wet. But she waited until everyone had a go and went last. That's not easy. If you have a new toy, can you let your brothers, sisters, or friends have a go first? Wilma saw another go-kart.
It's Anina, she said. She's got a go-kart too.
Oh, Anina was going to be in the race too. How did Anina's go-kart look like? Let's take a closer look. Everyone looked at Anina's go-kart.
It looks fast,
said Wilma.
but I bet ours is faster.
I bet it's not, said Anina. Do you like Anina's go-kart?
Yes, I like it too.
Biff looked at it very carefully. Why? I think she wanted to find out whose go-kart was better. Anina's go-kart looked different. The colors different, and the front of the go-kart was different. Anina's had a triangle box and a steering wheel. Which one do you think was faster? Wilma said, I bet ours was faster. I bet means I am sure. Anina said, I bet it's not. I think she wanted to say, I'm sure my go-kart was faster. Both Wilma and Anina thought their go-kart was faster. Who's right? Let's have a race. Wilma and Anina had a race. The go-karts raced down the hill. Anina was in front.
Come on!
Shouted Biff. How did Anina feel right now? Look at her smile. She looked happy and proud. What about Wilma? Wilma looked at Anina, biting her lips. She wanted to catch up.
Go
go, Wilma! Suddenly, a dog ran in front of Nina. Her go-kart crashed into a bush. Wilma crashed into Nina. Oh no! 2 crashes! Thank goodness the dog was safe. I hope Nina and Wilma were okay too. But the go-karts, they were not okay. Everyone looked at the go-karts. Wilma's front wheels were bent. Nina's go-kart was broken. Everyone was upset. What happened to Wilma's front wheels? They were bent. They were so bent that they looked like number 8. Wilma was cross. Whom was she looking at? She was looking at Nina. Nina was cross too. Well, don't be cross. It's not Wilma's fault. It's not Nina's fault either. It's not even the dog's fault. It was an accident. Let's think what to do next. Chip looked at the broken go-karts. He had an idea. He told Mom what the idea was. "What a brilliant idea," said Mom. What do you think Chip's idea was? Do you have any idea to help Wilma and Nina? The moms and dads made a new go-kart. They made 1 go-kart out of 2. They put the front of Nina's go-kart on the back of Wilma's. What a brilliant idea! 2 broken go-karts became 1 new go-kart. Dad even added a new windshield to the front of the go-kart. How did the new go-kart look like? Who would ride the go-kart in the race? Did they win? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time! Hi everyone! This is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The Go-Kart Race. Previously, Mom and the children went to the park to try the new go-kart. Everyone had a go. Biff went last. Wilma saw that Nina got a go-kart too. Everyone looked at Nina's go-kart. Wilma thought theirs was faster. Nina thought hers was faster, so they had a race. Nina was in front. Suddenly, a dog ran in front of Nina. There was a big crash. Both go-karts were broken. Everyone was upset. Chip had an idea. They made a go-kart out of 2. They put the front of Nina's go-kart on the back of Wilma's. Do you think Chip's idea was a good one? I think it was brilliant. What about the children? The children liked the new go-kart. They called it Silver Bullet. What about the race? Asked Biff. I bet Silver Bullet will win. What's the color of the new go-kart? Yes, it's blue and white. Do you like the name Silver Bullet? 银色子弹. I think it's a great name for a go-kart. Bullet sounds fast, and silver bullet in English has another meaning. It means a simple and magical solution to a big problem. Both Wilma and Anina's go-karts were broken in the crash. That's a big problem. But Chip's idea solved the problem. The new go-kart really was a silver bullet. It was the day of the race. Everyone was excited. Wow! Look at all the go-karts, said Biff. Do you want to see what kinds of go-karts were there? There were go-karts in all different colors and shapes. Some had big wheels. Some had small wheels. What do you think? Which one looked the best? I think Silver Bullet looked the best. So, who was going to drive Silver Bullet? Biff wanted to drive, but so did Wilma and Anina. In the end, Mom tossed a coin, and Anina won. Tossed means threw something lightly. Coin 就是硬币. Mom tossed a coin to decide who got to be the driver. Anina was the lucky one. It was time for the race. 1, 2, 3, go! Called the starter. Come on, Anina! Called Biff. Starter was the person who started the race. Where was Anina? I can't see her. But I can see the same dog that caused Wilma and Anina's crash. Oh, little dog, stay where you are. Don't run in front of the go-karts again. The go-karts raced down the hill. Everyone shouted and cheered. Anina went fast. Silver Bullet was in front. Yay! There was Anina. She was in front. Silver Bullet was faster. Would it be the fastest? Would it win the race? Let's cheer for Anina. Come on, Anina! Anina didn't win. Two go-karts went faster. Silver Bullet came third. Oh no, said Biff. The red go-kart came first. The green one came second. How did Anina feel? Anina was a bit surprised. I am a bit surprised too. I thought Silver Bullet would win. Anina was upset. Oh, I wanted to win, she said. Don't worry, said Biff. Silver Bullet's still the best. How do you think everyone felt? Well, Anina was upset. She wanted to win and she thought she might win. she was disappointed. Chip looked at Silver Bullet. He couldn't understand why Silver Bullet was not the fastest. Biff and Wilma tried to comfort Anina, making her feel better. Silver Bullet did win a prize. It was the best-looking go-kart. Hooray! Everyone cheered. We said it was the best. Do you think Silver Bullet was the best? I think so too. Silver Bullet was not the fastest go-kart. But being fast is not the only important thing about a go-kart. A winning go-kart should be good-looking, safe, and comfortable too. Silver Bullet had the best look, the best name, and the best story. I agree with the children. It was the best. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The Shiny Key. Do you see the bird in the sky? It's a magpie, 小喜鹊. What is the magpie doing? It's flying with a key in its beak. Whose key is it? Could it be the magic key? Oh, look! Who are running after the magpie? Biff, Chip, Nadim, Anina, and people in strange hats. Where are they? Why are they running after the bird? What happens to the key? Let's read a story together. Chip was watching television. The magic key was on the arm of the chair. Nadim came to play. Did Chip like watching television? Yes, I think he did. Why did Chip put the magic key on the arm of the chair? Perhaps he wanted to play with it. What do you think Nadim was saying? Hi, Chip. I'm here. Do you want to play? Did Chip say hi? No. He was still looking at the television. Chip didn't want to play. He wanted to watch television. He wanted to watch a program about magpies. What's the color of a magpie? Yes, it's black and white. It had a long tail. Nadim came to play, but Chip didn't want to play. Do you think Nadim was disappointed? Would you be disappointed if you were Nadim? Maybe a little bit. Nadim sat down and watched television with Chip. Where did Nadim sit? Yes, he sat on the arm of the chair. Nadim wanted a magic adventure. Chip looked for the magic key, but he couldn't find it. Nadim helped Chip to look. Nadim didn't want to watch television. He wanted a magic adventure. Where was the magic key? It was on the arm of the chair, but now it's gone. Where did Nadim look? He looked under the chair, but the key wasn't there. Did Floppy take it? Floppy might say, "Oh, don't look at me. I didn't take it. I wasn't even in the room." Chip looked at the armchair. I put the key on the arm of the chair, he said. Suddenly, he had an idea. When something is missing, you may look for it here and there, like what Nadim was doing. Or, like what Chip was doing, you may ask yourself, when was the last time I saw it? Chip remembered. He put the key on the arm of the chair. Then Nadim came and sat on the same place. Was the key stuck to Nadim's trousers? Was that Chip's idea? No, Chip had a better idea. The children looked in the armchair. They found lots of things. Chip found Mom's missing earring. Mom will be pleased, he said. An armchair is a chair with arms. You can put your arms on the arms of the chair. Do you have an armchair at home? Have you looked in it? I'm sure you can find some things in it. Look, Chip and Nadim found so many things in the armchair. Like Mom's missing earring. If you can't find something, it's missing. What else did they find? Some coins, a fork, a pen, a comb, a letter. What was Nadim holding? I have no idea. Who knew the armchair was hiding so many things? But what about the magic key? Chip found the key. It was stuck to a toffee. Yuck, said Chip. It's all sticky. A toffee is a kind of candy. It gets sticky when it's soft. The key was stuck to a toffee. And Chip's hand was stuck to the toffee too. What should Chip do? Should he eat the toffee? No, it's yucky and dirty. Chip needed to wash his hands. Chip told Mom about the armchair. He gave Mom the missing earring. Nadim cleaned the key. He made it very shiny. Mom was pleased. She got her earring back. Dad was pleased that he got his what's-it back. Nadim was pleased that he made the magic key clean and shiny. What did Nadim use to clean the key? A cloth and some shiny key polish. The children went into Biff's room. Biff looked at the key. Oh no, it looks very shiny, she said. I hope the magic still works. Why did Biff say, "Oh no"? She was worried that when Nadim cleaned the key, he cleaned the magic too. Oh, really? Well, there's only one way to find out. Wait until the magic key began to glow. Would it glow again? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading The Shiny Key. Previously, Jip was watching television. The magic key was on the arm of the chair. Nadim came to play. Chip didn't want to play. He wanted to watch a television program about magpies. Nadim wanted a magic adventure, but the magic key was gone. Nadim helped Chip to look. Chip looked at the armchair. They looked in the armchair and found lots of things. They found the magic key too. It was stuck to a toffee. Nadim cleaned it and made it shiny. Biff saw the shiny key and hoped the magic still worked. Suddenly, the key began to glow. It looked very bright. The magic took the children into a new adventure. Why did the magic key look very bright? Yes, because it was clean and shiny, thanks to Nadim. Where would the magic take them? The children were in a wood. Chip didn't like it. The wood was dark and gloomy. "Come on," he said. Do you remember in the garden adventure? Chip didn't like the jungle. He didn't like dark and gloomy place. He didn't feel safe. There could be tigers, bears, and snakes. But were there tigers, bears, and snakes? No, I don't see any. Only a magpie in the tree and a dog. Suddenly, Biff saw something shiny. She picked it up. "What a beautiful ring," she said. "Somebody must have dropped it." You wear earrings on your ears. Where do you wear rings? That's right. You wear rings on your fingers. Does your mom or dad wear rings? Are they shiny and beautiful? Who dropped the beautiful ring? Oh, look! Some people were coming. They walked in a funny way. Who were they? The children saw some soldiers. The soldiers saw the ring. They grabbed the children. "That ring is stolen," they said. Soldiers are the people who work in the army. How did the soldier in blue look? He looked serious. Stolen 就是被偷了的意思。Why did the soldier grab the children? What would they do to the children? The soldiers took the children to the prince. "We found the thieves," they said. "Here is your ring." Thieves are people who take things from others secretly. What? They said the children were thieves? No, they were wrong. The children were good children. They found the ring. What do you think the children felt? They must feel terrible. They didn't do it. But how could they make others believe them? "Here are the thieves," said the prince. "What else have they stolen?" "My watch was stolen," said a man. "My earring was stolen," said a lady. People were cross. They wanted their stolen things back. They thought the children had stolen them. But the children didn't have a watch or an earring. A soldier took the magic key. "Look at this shiny key," he said. "These children have stolen things. They must have locked them away." The soldier thought the children hid the stolen things and locked them away with the shiny key. Biff gasped. "Oh, don't take the magic key. How can we go back if we don't have the key?" The soldiers took the children to a prison. "Where are the stolen things?" they asked. "Tell us, or we'll lock you up." A prison is a place you lock up bad people. Now the children were in big trouble. What could they do to let the soldiers know they were not thieves? Do you have an idea? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The Shiny Key. Previously, the shiny magic key took the children to a wood. Biff picked up a beautiful ring. She didn't know who dropped it there. The soldiers saw the ring. They grabbed the children and took them to the prince. They said the children had stolen the ring. People thought the children had also stolen a watch and an earring. A soldier took the magic key from the children and took them to a prison. If the children didn't tell them where the stolen things were, the soldiers would lock them up. Suddenly, a magpie flew down. It took the magic key. "Stop the magpie!" called Biff. "It's stolen the key!" Where would the magpie go? The magpie flew to the woods. "The magpie is the thief," said Chip. The children ran after the magpie. Everyone ran after the children. Why did Chip say that the magpie was the thief? I think perhaps Chip learned something from the television program. Magpies love shiny things. Nadim made the key very shiny, so the magpie took it. Did the magpie take the watch and the earring too? I guess we have to follow it and find out. The magpie flew to a tree. "Look in its nest," said Chip. Nadim climbed the tree. "Be careful," called Biff. A nest is a home for birds. What would Nadim find in the magpie's nest? Nadim looked in the magpie's nest. It was full of shiny things. Nadim gasped. "What beautiful things!" he said. The nest was full of shiny things, rings, earrings, coins, and the magic key. The magpie was not a thief. It was a great thief. "You see?" said Nina crossly. "We aren't thieves. The magpie took your things." Sorry," said the soldier. I guess the soldiers would not lock up the children after all. Everyone was pleased. "Oh, here is my missing earring," said the lady. "Whoa, here's my watch," said the man. I'm glad the lady and the man were pleased. But there's something I don't understand. If the magpie took things from so many people, how was it possible that nobody had seen it? The magpie was indeed a great thief. The prince gave the children a medal. "The magpie was the thief," he said. "Sorry, we thought it was you." The magic key began to glow. Why did the prince give the children a medal? He gave them a medal to say thank you and sorry. Why were the two soldiers fighting? They were fighting for a medal the magpie had stolen. I guess soldiers liked shiny things too. Magpies like shiny things, said Biff. So it was a good job Nadim made the magic key shiny after all. If the magpie didn't take the magic key, the children might have been locked up in the prison forever. That's why the children gave the medal to Nadim. Can you see any links between the adventure and the children's real life? In real life, Chip and Nadim watched a television program about magpies. And then, in the adventure, there was a magpie. In real life, Chip and Nadim found some missing things in the armchair. And then, in the adventure, they found many missing things in the magpie's nest. Don't you wish you had a magic key, too? I know I do. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Paris Adventure. Have you heard of Paris? Yes, it is a city. Where is Paris? It's in France. What do you know about Paris or France? France is a beautiful country. Its national flag is blue, white, and red. Paris is the largest and most famous city in France. It has many artists like this one. Do you like his painting? The children seem to like it. What are they going to do in Paris? Let's read a story together. The children were doing a project on France. Mrs. May showed them some pictures of Paris. Have you done any projects at school? I'm sure you have. A project at school is a series of tasks you do in order to learn something. The children were learning about France. Part of the project on France was learning about Paris. Do you know what's on the picture? Yes, it's Arc de Triomphe, Arc of Triumph, 凯旋门. Isn't it beautiful? Mrs. May showed them a picture of the Eiffel Tower. It looks very tall, said Biff. When you think of Paris, you think of the Eiffel Tower. When you think of the Eiffel Tower, you think of Paris. Look at the words and numbers around the picture. Can you tell me why it's called the Eiffel Tower? Yes, Mr. Eiffel built it. How tall is the Eiffel Tower? That's right. It's 324 meters tall. Wow, it's certainly taller than me. When was it built? It's built in 1889. Well, it's older than me too. After school, Mom came to meet Biff and Chip. Biff had a picture of Paris. We are doing a project on France, she said. Biff learned a lot about Paris and the Eiffel Tower at school. She was probably telling Mom how tall the Eiffel Tower was. Do you still remember? That's right. It's 324 meters tall. Well done. Do you know? The best way to learn is to teach. So after this class, why don't you teach your mom and dad about Paris? Is that a good idea? Later, Nadim and Anina came to play with Biff and Chip. Anina had a model of the Eiffel Tower. It's nice to see a picture of the Eiffel Tower. It's much better to see a model. Do you know how to make a model of the Eiffel Tower? Perhaps you can make one with your friends. What else could the children do to learn about France? I know, said Chip. Let's paint the French flag. He got a big sheet of paper, and they began to paint it. Which color did they need? Blue, white, and red. Oh, wait, silly me. They didn't need to use the white paint. The paper was white. They only had to use the blue and red paint. I'm sure after painting the French flag, they would never forget how it looked like. Suddenly, the magic key began to glow. It was time for an adventure. Oh no, said Biff. I wanted to finish painting the flag. Oh, look! What's the color of the magic glow? Yes, it's blue, white, and red. Where would the magic take them? The magic took them back in time. It took them to a busy town. There are no cars, said Chip. This must be a long time ago. Can you find other clues that show it was a long time ago? Yes, look at the clothes people wore. They were old-fashioned. Look at the big top hat. Nobody wears hats like that today, unless he's in a play. Can you tell which country it was? Shh, don't say it. Let's see if the children could find the clues. I know where we are, said Biff. We are in Paris. Look at all the flags. Anina was excited. We can go and see the Eiffel Tower, she said. What smart children! They saw the French flag, so they must be in France. This was a busy town, so it must be Paris. Do you want to see the Eiffel Tower? How did it look like then? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Paris Adventure. Previously, the children were doing a project on France. Mrs. May showed them a picture of the Eiffel Tower. After school, Biff told Mom about her project on France. Later, Nadim and Anina came to play with Biff and Chip. Anina had a model of the Eiffel Tower. The children painted the French flag together. Suddenly, the magic took them back in time to a busy town. From the flags, the children found out they were in Paris. They wanted to find the Eiffel Tower. The children looked for the Eiffel Tower, but they couldn't find it. Are you sure this is Paris? Asked Chip. What did the children see? They saw pretty houses, nice cafes, an artist painting on the street, horse-drawn carriages, and a zeppelin in the sky. But no Eiffel Tower. Maybe the children were just not in the right place. If you're lost in a city, what should you do? Yes, ask a policeman. Nadim asked a policeman, "Do you know where the Eiffel Tower is?" he asked. "The Eiffel Tower?" said the policeman. "There is no such thing." What? Everyone knows about the Eiffel Tower. How could the policeman not know it? A policeman 就是警察。The French policemen in the old days dressed in funny clothes too. Do you think he dressed like a Superman? Perhaps the policeman didn't know English very well. Let's ask someone else. Anina asked a lady, "Do you know where the Eiffel Tower is?" she asked. "The Eiffel Tower?" said the lady. "There is no such thing." I like what the lady wore better. She's pretty. But she didn't know about the Eiffel Tower either. How could this be? Perhaps this was not Paris. Perhaps the magic took them to a different city. What do you think? I know why we can't find the Eiffel Tower, said Biff. It hasn't been invented. Just then, they saw a man. He was pulling a cart. Being invented means being made for the first time. What did Biff mean when she said the Eiffel Tower hasn't been invented? Yes, that meant the Eiffel Tower was not built yet. Do you remember from the previous episode when the Eiffel Tower was built? That's right. It was built in 1889. So, the magic took the children back before 1889, before the Eiffel Tower was invented. No wonder everyone dressed in such funny clothes. Oh, will you help? Asked the man. Oh, I can't get the cart up this step. The children helped the man pull the cart into a hole. What good children! They always tried to help, no matter where they were. A hall is a really big room. What was the thing under the sheet? What's in the hall? Do you want to know? Let's turn to the next page. The man pulled the sheet off the cart. This is my model, he said. What is it? Asked Nadim. What do you think the model looked like? I think it looked like an ice cream cone. It is a torch, said the man. It will be taller than all the houses in Paris. People will see it for miles. Oh, here is a picture. It will look like this. What a giant torch! People could probably see it from China. Just joking. But people could surely see it for miles. For miles means for a long way. Do you like this model? I still think it looks like an ice cream cone with glowing ice cream on top. The children looked round the hall. There were lots of models. It's a competition, said Chip. I know which one will win. The Eiffel Tower. A competition is like a race. People have a competition to see who is the best. In 1889, Paris hosted a World's Fair. In 2010, Shanghai hosted one too. What do we call it in Chinese? That's right. Shanghai 世博会. Hosting a World's Fair was a big project. The French people wanted to build something really big for the World's Fair. So they had a competition. The Eiffel Tower won the competition. That's the competition Chip was talking about. Did they see the Eiffel Tower? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's finish reading Paris Adventure. Previously, the children looked for the Eiffel Tower, but they couldn't find it. Nadim asked a policeman. He didn't know it. Anina asked a lady. She didn't know it either. Biff thought the Eiffel Tower was not invented yet. Then they helped a man pull a model into a hall. It was a model of a giant torch. The children looked round the hall. There were lots of models. Chip knew it was a competition for the World's Fair in 1889. And the Eiffel Tower won the competition. Did the children see the model of the Eiffel Tower? But I can't see the Eiffel Tower, said Nadim. Some people began to look at the models to see which was the best. Which model do you like the best? I like the one to the right. It looks like my mom. Do you see the men in top hats? What were they doing? They were the judges. They were looking at models and trying to decide which one was the best. Everyone will see my torch for miles, said the man. "At night, the top will light up like this." He plugged in the torch. The man was showing his model to the judges. What would happen when the man plugged in the torch? Yes, the torch would light up. You may not think this was special, but back in 1889, an electricity torch was rather new. Everyone was interested. There was a loud bang. The top of the torch blew off. Then it fell over with a crash. I told you, an electricity torch was rather new. New things don't always work for the first time. When Edison invented the light bulb, he failed 1,000 times. Said the man. It needs a little work. Anina had an idea. She began to lift the broken torch.
Help me, everyone,
she said. That must be a big bang. Look at the judges. They all needed a new top hat. What was Anina's idea? What did she want to do with a broken torch? The children turned the torch upside down. What does it look like to you? Asked Anina. Well, it doesn't look like an ice cream cone to me anymore. What does it look like to you?
It looks like the Eiffel Tower,
said Biff. She spoke to the man.
Excuse me,
she said.
Why not make the torch into a tower?
Both Anina and Biff had good eyes and good ideas. A giant torch was not safe. A tall tower was much safer and prettier, and people could see it for miles too. Did the man like the idea?
Excuse me,
said Anina.
But is your name Eiffel?
Brilliant, said the man. Brilliant! Just then, the magic key began to glow. The man thought it was a brilliant idea. Not just the man. The judges thought it was a brilliant idea too. They all came back in their top hats and clapped their hands. Does it mean that the man won the competition? Then this man must be...
I wonder if that was Monsieur Eiffel,
said Biff. And if that was how the Eiffel Tower was invented, said Nadim. Monsieur is not an English word. It's a French word that means Mr. If the man was Mr. Eiffel, then he got the idea of the Eiffel Tower from Anina and Biff. If that's true, they should have called it Anina and Biff Tower. Do you think this was really how the Eiffel Tower was invented? Well, everything is possible. If you have good ideas and a little bit of magic. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called The Stolen Crown, Part 1. Wow! What a beautiful crown! Whose crown is it? Is it the stolen crown? Who stole it? Did Biff and Chip steal it? I don't think so. Biff and Chip are good children. They would never do anything like that. Who's the boy looking at the crown? He seems to be very interested in the crown. Did he steal it? Let's read a story together. The family went to see an old castle. Most of it had fallen down a long time ago. It's just a ruin, said Chip. A ruin is a building or a place that's fallen down. But look at the old castle. Most of it had fallen down, but it's still big and tall. Can you imagine how it looked like when it's new? How grand it must be! What's inside the castle? Let's go and take a look. Floppy said, "Let me go! Let me go first!" Kipper wanted to climb on a wall, but Dad said, "No. We must look after old ruins," he said. Ah, this was how the inside of the castle looked like. But there was no roof. The roof had fallen down a long time ago. Grass grew inside the castle. It was indeed an old ruin. Why did Dad tell Kipper not to climb on a wall? Because the wall was very, very old. Kipper might break it. Old ruins are precious. We must look after old ruins like we look after new babies, very carefully. Once upon a time, it was a big castle, said Biff. I wonder what it was like to live here. Once upon a time means a very long time ago. Have you heard this phrase before? I bet you have. A lot of fairy tales start with the phrase, once upon a time. Which fairy tale was Biff thinking of? Who do you think might have lived in this castle once upon a time? A king and a queen? A princess and a frog? The evil queen and Snow White? I wonder. Mom was lost in her thoughts too. Hey, look! There's a big bag at Mom's feet. Why did Mom carry such a big bag? Was she going to stay in the castle? Mom found a good spot for a picnic. Floppy saw a rabbit hole. He began to dig in the ground. That's why Mom carries such a big bag. For a picnic. That was a good spot. Right by the castle gate and the drawbridge. Once upon a time, there must be water around the castle to make it safe. That's why you need a bridge to get into the castle. Chip saw something shining in the dirt. So, he picked it up. It's a glass bead, he said. I wonder who lost it, said Biff. Dirt is soil or dust on the ground. Dirt makes your clothes dirty and gets under your fingernails. A glass bead, it's a small glass ball. See? Was the glass bead big or small? Yes, it's very small. How did Chip find it? What did he use to help him find such a tiny bead in the dirt? Chip looked at the bead through his magnifying glass. Then he put it in his pocket. I don't think it's valuable, he said. What's a magnifying glass? That's right, it's a type of glass that could make everything look bigger. That's why Chip was able to find such a tiny bead in the dirt. Too bad it wasn't a diamond. It's just a small glass bead. It's not worth a lot of money. It's not valuable. Later, Chip came into Biff's room. He had a book about castles. Suddenly, the magic key began to glow. Where would the magic take them? I bet it took them to the castle. The magic took Biff and Chip back in time. It took them to the castle. Some people were waiting outside the big door. Ah, that's how the castle looked like when it was new. It looked beautiful. Who were these people? Why were they here? What were they carrying? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's keep on reading The Stolen Crown, Part 1. Previously, the family went to see an old castle. It was a ruin. Kipper wanted to climb on a wall, but Dad told him to look after old ruins. Biff wondered what it was like to live here. Mom found a good spot for a picnic. Floppy dug in the ground. Chip found a glass bead in the dirt. He looked at the bead through his magnifying glass. Later, the magic took them back in time. It took them to the castle. Some people were waiting outside a big door. One carried an apple tree. Another carried a melon. Were they going to the kitchen? An important man came up. I am Lord Kent, said the man. Where is your present for the prince? How do you know Lord Kent was an important man? Yes, he dressed very nicely. He carried a big sword. He wore a long necklace. And he said he was a lord. A lord is someone who is a master or ruler. A lord has power. Lord Kent asked Biff and Chip for a present. What did other people bring to the prince? A small bird? A big bird? And a monkey? Did the prince want to build a zoo? What could Biff and Chip give to the prince? Biff and Chip didn't have a present. Oh, think of something, Chip, said Biff. Oh, we have a magic glass, said Chip. It makes small things look big. Good thinking, Chip. I bet Lord Kent or the prince had not seen a magnifying glass before. How did Lord Kent think? That is a good present, said Lord Kent. The prince will like it. Put it on this cushion. Then wait outside in the line. It was a long line. Who was this prince? Why did he want so many presents? Was today his birthday? How old do you think he was? At last, Biff and Chip went into a hall. That was quick thinking, Chip, said Biff. I wonder who this prince is. He must be important, said Chip. Important 就是重要. I think Chip was right. This prince must be important. He lived in such a big castle. Lord Kent was an important man, and he worked for him. So many people waited in line to give him presents. But look at him. He was just a boy. What was he doing? He was whistling to a big bird. That was one of his presents. Would the prince like Biff and Chip's present? The prince was sitting on a throne. Chip gave him the magnifying glass. I love it, said the prince. A throne is a special chair for a ruler, such as a king or a queen. Do you think the prince looked like a ruler? I think he was just a boy. Where were his mom and dad? The throne looked too big for him. The prince jumped off the throne and looked through the magnifying glass. Tomorrow is an important day, he said. Tomorrow I will be the king. That's why so many people came to give him presents. The prince would be the king tomorrow. It would be a more important day than a birthday. What's the name of the prince? You can call me Henry. But tomorrow I will be King Henry, he said. Come with me. He ran out of the hall. King Henry. That sounds very important. But I still can't imagine Prince Henry would be the king. He was just a boy. Where was he going? Henry ran up some stairs. Come and see my crown, he said. I want to look at it through this magic glass. So, the crown on the cover was Henry's crown. Oh no! Was it stolen? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The Stolen Crown, Part 1. Previously, the magic took Biff and Chip to the castle. Lord Kent came up and asked them for a present. Chip offered his magnifying glass and called it a magic glass. Thanks to Chip's quick thinking, Biff and Chip went into a hall and saw the prince. The prince loved the present. He told the children he would be the king tomorrow. His name was Henry. He ran out of the hall and asked the children to come with him. Henry wanted to look at his crown through the magic glass. Two guards looked at Biff and Chip. We're here to see that the crown is not stolen, said the soldier. Hold your arms up. We must search you. Guards are people who watch over important things or people. The guards wanted to search the children. Search means to look carefully to find something. What did the guards try to find? They wanted to see if the children had any tools to steal the crown. Of course they wouldn't steal the crown. They were good children. Henry took Biff and Chip into a small room in a tower. Biff and Chip gasped when they saw the crown. It looks very valuable, said Chip. What a beautiful crown. It's glowing in the sun. It's made of gold. And it had shiny blue and red jewels as decorations. Now can you guess what valuable means? That's right. It means worth a lot of money. If you want to buy a crown made of gold, you have to spend lots and lots of money. If it was stolen, I could not become king, said Henry. But it is safe in this tower. Nobody could take it from here. Why could Henry not be king if the crown was stolen? It's not just a beautiful crown. It was a crown for the king. Whoever had the crown would become king. That's why the crown was so valuable. No wonder Henry put the crown inside a small room
inside a tower, inside a castle. Do you think the crown was safe? I think it's very safe. Henry took Biff and Chip to see his horse. I shall ride him when I become king tomorrow, he said. I think Henry liked to play with Biff and Chip. He showed them around. Tomorrow was a very important day for Henry. I think he was very ready to become king. Do you think he would be a good king? Henry was a nice boy, but he was just a boy. I still think he was too young to be king. What do you think? Suddenly, they heard shouting. Lord Kent ran up to Henry. "Come quickly!" he shouted. "Your crown has been stolen." What? How could this happen? Henry and the children just saw the crown in the tower. How could it have been stolen in such a short time? Henry ran back up the stairs to the crown room. The guards were still outside the door. The crown is missing, said a guard. Why were the guards still outside the door? Why didn't they run after the thieves? How can it be missing? Asked Henry. We don't know, said a guard. Nobody has been here except you. I know who stole it, said Lord Kent. Henry was shocked. The guards were frightened. Lord Kent was fierce. He said he knew who stole it. Who? These children have stolen it. Lord Kent went on. They used magic to do it. Throw them in prison at once. Oh, said Biff. Now we are in trouble. Indeed, they were in big trouble. Why did Lord Kent think the children had magic? Oh, because Chip called the magnifying glass a magic glass, and Lord Kent had never seen anything like it. Lord Kent thought that if the children had a magic glass, they might have had other magic tools to steal the crown. This is the end of part 1. What do you think would happen next? Let's find out in part 2 of the story. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The Stolen Crown, Part 2. What happened in Part 1? Let's have a quick review. The magic key took Biff and Chip back in time to the castle. They met Prince Henry and gave him the magnifying glass as a present. Henry would be king the next day. He showed them his crown. Later, the crown was stolen. Henry could not be king without the crown. Lord Kent thought the children had stolen the crown.
What did Henry think? Would he think the children used magic to steal the crown? Let's read a story together.
These children stole the crown,
said Lord Kent.
Throw them in prison.
Stop, said Henry. I don't think they stole my crown. Thank goodness Henry didn't think Biff and Chip were the thieves. Why? First, Henry has been with Biff and Chip the whole time. Second, the guards searched them and didn't find anything. Third, I think Henry knew Biff and Chip were good children. They would never steal. But if Biff and Chip didn't do it, who did? Henry spoke to the guards. Who has been in this room today? He asked.
You and Lord Kent,
said a guard. What was Henry doing? He was asking questions. When you don't understand something, the best way is to ask questions. How do you think Henry felt right now? If he didn't have the crown, he couldn't be king tomorrow. I bet he must be angry, nervous, even a bit frightened. But he didn't cry or shout. He was thinking and asking good questions. The guards, on the other hand, looked very nervous. If they had let the thief in, they would be in big trouble.
Nobody could have taken it out of this room,
said the other guard.
We searched everyone. The children took it,
said Lord Kent. If the guards were telling the truth, only 4 people had been in this room. Henry, Biff, Chip, and Lord Kent. The guards searched everyone. Nobody had the crown when they got out of the room. Perhaps the thief didn't go through the door. We didn't take it, said Biff. And nobody else could get in from the outside. Biff was right. Nobody could climb up the tower. Look how tall it was. Even if the thief did climb up the tower, he or she could not get in through the window. Look, the window was too small. Unless the thief was a bird. I know! Maybe a magpie took the crown. Don't you remember? Magpies love shining things. But the crown was too heavy for a magpie.
Oh, I don't know. This is too hard.
Chip saw something on the floor. It was a broken arrow. He asked Henry to lend him the magnifying glass. Chip was thinking and looking. He found a broken arrow. Did the guards leave it in the room? No. The guards didn't have bows and arrows. Did Henry, Biff, or Chip leave it there? No, they didn't. Did Lord Kent leave it there? Lord Kent had a big sword, but no arrows. That was strange. What did Chip want to see with a magnifying glass? Someone tied string to the window, said Chip. I think I know how the crown was stolen. Chip looked at the window through the magnifying glass. I couldn't see anything strange. What did Chip see? Henry looked at Chip with a smile. Lord Kent didn't look at Chip. He didn't say anything. It looked like he was frozen. Are you okay, Lord Kent? Don't you want to know how the crown was stolen? Oh, come on, Chip. Tell us what you see and what you think. Someone was in this room. Then someone outside the castle shot an arrow through the window. It had string tied to it. Oh, that's why there was a broken arrow in the crown room. But why did someone shoot an arrow through the window? And what was the string for? The person in the room put the string through the crown. Then they tied a string round his bar in the window. Put through 就是穿过去。That's what the string was for. Someone put a string through the crown. Chip must have seen the marks the string left on the window. Who did this? Where did the crown go? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading The Stolen Crown, Part 2. Previously, Lord Kent said Biff and Chip stole the crown. Henry didn't think so. Only Henry, Biff, Chip, and Lord Kent had been in the room. The guards searched everyone. Nobody could have taken the crown out of the room through the door. Nobody could get in from the outside either. Chip saw a broken arrow on the floor. He looked at the window through the magnifying glass. He thought someone outside the castle shot an arrow through the window. The arrow had string tied to it. Someone else in the room put the string through the crown. Where did the crown go from there? The crown slid down the string. Then the person in the room untied the string and left. It was easy. The crown slid down the string like riding a giant slide. Phew! Boing! That's how the crown left the room. The crown hit someone's head. Something fell off from the crown. Tied 就是系绳子 ，untied 就是它的反义词，解开绳子。We saw the people outside of the castle. But who tied and untied the string inside the castle? What do you think? I know who stole the crown, said Henry. You, Lord Kent. You want to stop me being the king. Suddenly, Lord Kent ran off. It was Lord Kent. Good job, Henry. That was quick thinking. How did he find out? Henry was asking the guards questions. He was listening to Chip carefully, and he was thinking on his own. Was he right?
Why did Lord Kent run off suddenly?
Ha! He shouted. You will not be king. I will. You have lost the crown. Catch him, shouted Henry. Don't let him get away. Henry was right. Lord Kent stole the crown. He did it because he didn't want Henry to be king. He wanted to be king himself.
Did you guess it was Lord Kent? You did? Good job. When did you start to think that Lord Kent might be the thief? When he ran off suddenly? When he looked like he was frozen? Or from the very beginning?
You are very smart.
Now we know Lord Kent was the thief. Don't let him get away. Maybe the guards would catch him.
Biff and Chip grabbed Lord Kent's cloak and pulled him over. Throw him in prison, shouted Henry. The guards upstairs were too slow. The guards downstairs didn't know what just happened. Biff and Chip to the rescue. They caught up with him and pulled him over. Henry gave orders, not like a boy, but like a king. Now Lord Kent could go to prison with his fancy clothes. But there was still one big problem. Where was the crown? Henry ran out of the castle. Come on, he called to Biff and Chip. We have to get my crown back. No crown, no king. But the other two thieves might have been long gone. How did Henry know where to go? Suddenly, Henry stopped running. Two men were searching for something in the grass. How did the two men look like? That's them! The other two thieves! Henry found them! Keep down! Hissed Henry. Don't let them see us! What are they looking for? Asked Biff. Shh! Hissed means said something in a loud or angry whisper. Why didn't Henry run up to them? First, Henry wasn't sure if they had a crown. Second, the two men were big and strong. Henry didn't want to put anyone in danger. He wanted to wait and see first. Good thinking, Henry.
Wow!
One man took the crown out of the bag. This is bad news, he said. The biggest jewel in the crown is missing. Ha! They did have the crown. They were looking for the biggest jewel in the crown. Do you remember the color of the biggest jewel? Yes, it's blue. Do you remember what happened to the jewel? Right. When the crown hit the man's head, the blue jewel fell off. How could Henry get his crown back? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time! Hi everyone, this is Miss Tone. Let's finish reading The Stolen Crown, Part 2. Previously, Chip thought the crown slid down the string. Then the person in the room untied the string and laughed. Henry knew at once it was Lord Kent. He wanted to stop Henry being the king. Lord Kent shouted that he would be king and ran off. Biff and Chip grabbed Lord Kent's cloak and pulled him over. With Lord Kent in prison, Henry needed to get his crown back. Outside the castle, they saw two men searching for something in the grass. One man had the crown. They were searching for the biggest jewel in the crown. "We must find it," said the other man. "Lord Kent will think we have stolen it." "It must be here," said the first man. "I hope it didn't fall in the moat." A moat is a man-made river surrounding a castle. A moat 就是护城河. These two men did work for Lord Kent. If they knew where Lord Kent was now, they would not worry about the missing jewel. They should worry about what to do in prison for the rest of their lives. Henry didn't worry about the jewel either. He needed to get his crown back first. Chip had an idea. In his pocket was a glass bead. "Is this the jewel?" he asked. "No," said Henry. "The jewel is much bigger." Where did Chip find the glass bead? Yes, outside the castle by the moat. Perhaps the glass bead was the missing jewel. Everything in the magic world became smaller in the real world. But what could Chip do with this tiny glass bead? "Give Biff the magnifying glass, Henry," said Chip, "and stay where you are." Biff and Chip went up to the man. Biff held the magnifying glass over the bead. "Are you looking for this big jewel?" she said. "We have just found it." How did the bead look through the magnifying glass? Yes, it looked much bigger. What did the man do? He looked at the bead. If the man grabbed the bead from Biff's hand, he would find out it was much smaller. What would Biff do next? Suddenly, Biff dropped the bead. The man bent down to get it. She grabbed the crown and Chip pushed the man into the moat. Splash! That's quick thinking, Biff. Great teamwork, Chip. Two smart children beat two big men. Hooray! Biff threw the crown to Henry. "Don't drop it!" yelled Chip. "Now run! You can be king after all!" After all means after all the troubles. Henry would be king after all the troubles. Do you want to see how King Henry looked like? All right, let's turn to the next page.
Wow! Look at Henry. Oh, I mean, King Henry. He rode on his favorite horse. He carried the magnifying glass on his belt. He held his head up, and he was wearing the crown. He was king after all. Everyone was cheering. Everyone but Biff and Chip. Whew, I'm glad I'm not a king, said Chip. You just can't trust anyone. But you can trust the magic key, said Biff. It's glowing. Trust 就是信任。Do you think Chip was right? I think he got a point. Henry couldn't trust Lord Kent. He couldn't trust the gods. But Henry trusted Biff and Chip. I think the important thing for a king is to know whom to trust. Do you want to be a king? Henry was just a boy, said Chip. I wonder if he was king for a long time. Who knows, said Biff. I wonder if he found that missing jewel. What do you think? Do you think Henry could be a king for a long time? In earlier episodes, I did think that Henry was too young to be a king. But when I saw how he found out the thief and how he got his crown back, I changed my mind. I think he would be a good and wise king. And I hope he was king for a long time. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called Ship in Trouble. Where are the children? They are by the sea. A ship is in trouble. Where is it? What's Chip pointing to? A bright light in the sky. Is it a comet? 是彗星吗？ A shooting star? 还是流星？ Or a firework? 还是烟花？ What is it? Let's read a story together. Wilma's mom took the children to an adventure playground. It was a new playground and it looked exciting. Wow! This adventure playground was exciting. Wilf gave it a 2 thumbs up. This is awesome! I want to try everything. Look at the sky. It was dark and gloomy. A storm might be coming. But the children didn't care. Chip wanted to go over there. What did he want to do first? They all wanted to go on the zip wire. Chip went first. It was hard to get on it, so Wilma's mom helped him. Have you tried the zip wire before? What do you do with the zip wire? Yes, you slide down a rope with the help of a pulley. Everyone was smiling. Everyone except Wilma.
you think Wilma was thinking?
Oh, that looks scary.
The zip wire went fast.
Yeehaw! This is scary!
Called Chip.
I love it!
Chip had a big smile on his face. The zip wire was scary and exciting at the same time. When I was little, I was scared of grasshoppers. Grasshoppers 就是螳螂。But I liked catching them in the grass and kept them as pets. Isn't that strange? Is there anything scary you like to do? Ask your mom and dad and see what they would say. Did you see the white dots on the picture? What were they? Wilma was next, but she felt scared. Then the wind blew and it began to rain.
It's too windy and it's raining,
said Wilma.
I can't go.
The white dots were raindrops. The storm was here. Do you think Wilma was scared of the storm? Or was she scared of the zip wire? I think she was scared of both. What was Chip doing? He was telling Biff and Wilf how exciting the zip wire was. Would they keep playing in the rain? It's a bad storm, said Mom. Let's go home. We can come back another day. So they all ran back to the car. The rain got bigger. The wind blew harder. Mom was right. It's not safe to play in the storm. It's time to go home. Whose house did they go to? Wilf and Wilma went back to Biff and Chip's house. They went to Biff's room to play. Why didn't Wilf and Wilma go home with their mom? Why did they come to Biff and Chip's house? I think they wanted a magic adventure. I hope we go back to the adventure playground, said Wilf. I want to go on the zip wire. Then the magic key began to glow. Wilf was still thinking about the zip wire. Do you think the magic would take them back to the adventure playground? Or at least somewhere without a storm? The magic took the children back in time. It took them to a cliff near the sea. A bad storm was blowing. What's this place? This was definitely not the adventure playground. It's a cliff. A cliff near the sea looked a bit scary. And there was a storm even bigger than the one in the playground. If a bad storm was blowing, how come the sun was up in the sky? Oh no, it was not the sun. It was a bright light coming from A ship. What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's keep on reading Ship in Trouble. Previously, Wilma's mom took the children to an adventure playground. They all wanted to go on the zip wire. Chip went first. The zip wire went fast. It was scary, but Chip loved it. Wilma was next, but she felt scared. Then the wind blew, and it began to rain. They had to go home. Wilf and Wilma went back to Biff and Chip's house. Wilf hoped they could go back to the adventure playground. Then the magic took them to a cliff near the sea. A bad storm was blowing. Suddenly, there was a bang. A bright light lit up the sky. Then a girl ran down the path. Behind her was a man on crutches. A bang is a loud noise. What was the bright light? What did it mean? Who were the girl and the man? The man was on crutches. He couldn't walk well by himself, so he needed to use crutches. It must be very hard for him to walk on a cliff with crutches. What were they doing on a cliff in the middle of a storm? At night? They should have stayed at home. "Will you help us?" asked the girl. "The storm has blown the ship onto the rocks. The light in the sky was a call for help." That's what the bright light was for. The ship was in trouble. It hit rocks, so they shot a light to the sky, calling for help. The girl and the man must have seen the light and come to help. Now they asked the children to help too. "We can't help," said Wilma. "You need to call the lifeboat." "We can't," said the girl. "The lifeboat has gone to help another ship." A lifeboat is a large boat that goes out and saves people who are in danger in the water. There was only one lifeboat, but two ships were in trouble. The lifeboat could only help one ship at a time. The girl seemed to know what was happening there. Who was she? "My name is Jane," said the girl. "I'm Jane's father," said the man. "I should be out with the lifeboat, but I've hurt my back." That's why Jane's father was on crutches. But he still came to the cliff with Jane. They wanted to do something to save the people on the ship. Do you see the ship in trouble? It's over there. The storm had blown it onto the rocks. "The ship is stuck on the rocks," said Jane. "People are in danger. If you help us, we can rescue them. Yes, we must do something. But what could the children do? They didn't have a lifeboat. They didn't have anything. Where could they get some tools? They ran to the lifeboat station. Jane loaded things onto a donkey. She gave the children long poles to carry. A donkey 就是毛驴儿。A donkey doesn't run as fast as a horse, but it can carry heavy things. Jane loaded many things onto the donkey. What were those things? I don't know. What was Jane carrying? She was carrying a very long rope. What were the ropes and the poles used for? I'm sorry, I don't know either. They went back along the path. The waves were crashing over the ship.
This is a bad storm,
said Wolf. They were going up the cliff. It must be hard to walk on the path carrying those poles and ropes. It must be harder for Jane's father on crutches. But no one moaned. This is too hard. I can't do this. They all wanted to rescue the people on the ship. Jane told the children to lash two poles together. We must make sure they don't fall over, she said. To lash together means to tie together with ropes. They lashed the poles together to make a triangle. They used another pole to support the triangle so it didn't fall over. That's what the poles were for. But I still don't know why they built this thing. Do you have any idea? Well, I guess we'll have to find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone. This is Miss Tom. Let's finish reading Ship in Trouble. Previously, the children heard a bang and saw a bright light in the sky. Then a girl and a man on crutches ran down the path. The storm had blown the ship onto the rocks. The light in the sky was a call for help. Jane, the girl, and her father told the children a ship was stuck on the rocks, and there was no lifeboat left. But if they worked together, they could rescue the people on the ship. They got ropes, long poles, and other tools from the lifeboat station. They lashed the poles together. What were they going to do with this strange thing? Jane's father had a special cannon. He shot a line out over the water. The line flew through the air and landed on the ship. A cannon usually shoots out cannonballs, but this special cannon shot out a line. How interesting! This reminds me of the story, The Stolen Crown. In that story, someone shot an arrow through the window with a rope tied to it. Here, instead of using an arrow, Jane's father used a cannon. Jane tied a rope to the line. The people on the ship pulled it across. Then they tied the rope to the ship. Now the rope was tied to the ship. What were they going to do? Were they going to pull the ship off the rocks? But that's not possible. The ship was too big and too heavy. The children were strong, but not that strong. Jane's father put a pulley on the rope. The pulley had a ring tied to it. I get it, said Wilma. The people sit in that funny-looking ring. A pulley 就是滑轮. It's a wheel that can slide on the rope. Biff and Wilma tied a ring to the pulley. Wilma was right. The ring was not for people to swim in. It was for people to sit in, like a chair. What did the pulley, the ring, the poles, and the ropes together look like? Didn't they look like the zip wire in the adventure playground? Now we pull them in, said Jane. And I thought the zip wire was scary, said Wilma. That's how it worked. People sat in the ring. The ring was tied to the pulley. The children pulled the pulley so the people could fly across the water. What did Wilma mean when she said, "And I thought the zip wire was scary"? What she meant was, this was scarier than the zip wire. Why was it scarier? Oh, look. The wind was blowing. The waves were crashing. The man's feet were in the water. Oh dear, I hope he could make it. It was hard pulling the people across on the pulley. The rope dipped in the middle, and it swung in the wind. Dipped means sank or dropped. Because the rope was too long, it dipped in the middle. That's why the man's feet were in the water. The children had to pull him up all the way to the top of the cliff. The wind didn't help either. It blew on the rope, so the rope swung from side to side. I'm so glad I wasn't on that pulley. What do you think? Do you think it was scary and fun? Do you want to get off a ship in this way? The last to come was the captain. I've lost my ship, but you've saved our lives, he said. Thank you. Thank goodness everyone was saved. Do you know why the captain was the last to come? Because a captain was the head of a ship. He had to make sure everyone else on the ship was safe first. The captain must be sad that he lost his ship. but he was relieved that everyone was safe. Jane looked at the children.
Thank you for helping us,
she said. Then the key began to glow. What an adventure! I'm glad I wasn't on that ship, said Wilma. The zip wire at the playground won't seem scary now. Not even in a storm? Asked Wilf. What do you think Wilma might answer? All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called Homework. Do you like homework? No, you don't? Do you think the children like homework? I know what you're going to say. Miss Tom, nobody likes homework. Well, in this picture, the children look happy and relaxed. Whatever homework they have, they seem to like it. What is their homework? What do you think the children are looking at? Let's read a story together. Everyone was excited. It was half term. For homework, said Mrs. May, I'd like you to keep an autumn diary. Oh no, said Biff. Homework. Half term is the short break in the middle of a school term. Students take 1 week off from school. It's like a mini holiday. No wonder everyone was excited. But why did Biff say, oh no? Because Mrs. May gave them homework. I guess you're right. Biff didn't like homework. What was their homework? Their homework was to keep an autumn diary. Autumn is a season when the air gets cool and trees turn red and yellow. A diary is a book where you write down what has happened every day. What is an autumn diary? I don't know. I think the children would show us what it was. Chip phoned Gran. We can't stay with you all week, he said. We've got to keep a nature diary. It's homework. That's why the children didn't like homework. They wanted to stay with Gran all week. But now they couldn't because they had to do their homework. Gran must be sad. What would she say? Don't worry, Gran replied. We can get the homework done and have some fun. Gran didn't think the homework was a problem. She said they could do the homework and have fun. Was it possible? Have you done any homework that was fun? But Gran thought it was possible. Gran always knew how to have fun. What was she doing? Was she making jam again? Oh, I wish I could stay with Gran all week. The next day, Dad took Biff and Chip to Gran's. They picked up Nadim on the way. He was going too. How did the children feel about going to Gran's house? Biff and Chip were excited. Look at their big smiles. Nadim was excited too, but he seemed a bit nervous. Do you get nervous if you stay in a friend's house? It will be fun at Gran's, said Biff. I know, said Nadim. But when will we get time to write our nature diary? So Nadim wasn't worrying about staying with Gran. He was worrying about the homework. It sounded that the homework would take a lot of time to write. What was it? They got to Gran's, but she didn't come to the door. How odd, said Dad. She knows we're coming. Let's look in the garden. Odd means strange. Dad looked into the window. Gran was not in the house. Oh, did she forget? Let's go to the garden. There were lots of things in the garden. How odd, said Biff. Why has Gran put sunbeds out? It's not summer. Sunbeds are long chairs you can sit or lie on in the sun. You usually use them during summer when it's warm. What season was it now? Yes, it was autumn. Gran should have put sunbeds away. Besides sunbeds, Gran put out many other things. Garden tools, a barbecue stove, even a gramophone. Things were everywhere. But where was Gran? Suddenly, Gran opened the door of the shed. Surprise! She said. The children looked inside. Here was Gran. She was hiding in the shed. I knew she wouldn't forget that the children were coming. She was preparing a surprise in the shed. That's why she took things out of the shed. What was in the shed? What was her surprise? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone. This is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading. Homework. Previously, it was half term. Everyone was excited. Mrs. May asked the children to keep an autumn diary. Chip told Gran they couldn't stay with her all week because they had to do the homework. Gran told him not to worry. Dad took Biff, Chip and Nadim to Gran's. Nadim was worrying about the homework too. They got to Gran's, but she didn't come to the door. They went to the garden. There were lots of things there, but no Gran. Suddenly, Gran opened the door of the shed. She had a surprise.
What was in the shed?
They all gasped.
Wow!
I've made a nature laboratory,
said Gran.
We can do the nature project in here. It will be fun.
Gran had magic. She changed the shed into a nature laboratory, 自然实验室. What were the things in the laboratory? On the desk, there was a microscope. You can use it to look at tiny things. There were jars you could put things in. There were papers and pencils to write and draw. On the wall, there were posters about birds, mushrooms, leaves, and stars. There was a giant magnifying glass on the shelf. It's much bigger than the one Chip gave to Prince Henry. Oh, I mean, King Henry. What a nice surprise!
What should they do first?
Gran took the children into the woods.
Let's start with the trees,
she said. They collected lots of different leaves. Trees are an important part of the nature. Different trees have different leaves. In autumn, leaves turn to different colors like yellow, orange, red, and brown. Collected means brought things together. Biff and Chip collected leaves and put them together in baskets. I like to collect colorful leaves and put them in my books. Do you? What did Nadim do? Gran gave Nadim paper and crayons.
Put the paper against the tree. Then rub the crayon over it, she said. It's called a bark rubbing.
To rub is to press against on something and move back and forth. For example, when you wash your hands, you rub them together with soap and water. When Nadim rubbed the crayon over the paper, he called a bark rubbing. Bark is the skin of a tree. Some bark is rough. Some bark is smooth. Bark rubbing looks fun.
Do you want to try it someday?
Back in the laboratory, they looked at the bark rubbings. Each type of tree has a different bark, said Nadim. Nadim collected bark rubbings. Each one had a unique pattern.
How interesting!
I don't usually look at bark carefully. I thought it's all the same. Next time I'm in the woods, I'll take a better look at tree bark. What was Biff doing? She was looking at a rock through a magnifying glass. What did they do with the leaves they collected? They stuck the leaves in their diaries. Gran had seeds from the trees.
We'll plant these in pots, she said. One day, they will grow into trees.
Chip was squeezing glue onto a leaf. There were leaves in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Look at the seeds in Gran's hand. Are they big or small? They are very small. Can you imagine? Big trees grow from tiny little seeds like these. Nature is magical. I start to like their homework. It's fun. The next morning, Gran got up early. She mixed seeds and nuts with melted fat and poured it into little pots. "What is that smell?" asked Chip. Gran was not making jam this morning. She melted fat in the pot. Fat 就是脂肪. She mixed in seeds and nuts. It doesn't sound very delicious. In fact, it sounds gross. I like seeds and nuts, but I don't want to eat melted fat. Do you think Chip liked the smell of melted fat? I don't think so. What was Gran making? Breakfast, said Gran. I don't want to eat that, said Biff. Oh, it's not for you, said Gran. It's for the birds. Ah, so the fat cake was for the birds. Unlike humans, birds need to eat lots of fat. What do you think was the breakfast for the children? Gran had bread, milk, cereal, and homemade blackberry jam. Both the birds and the children had good breakfast. When the fat had sat in the pots, Gran hung them in the garden. "We can watch the birds," she said. When the fat had sat, it cooled down and became solid. Biff had her binoculars ready to watch the birds. Oh, look! A little blackbird was waiting to eat the breakfast. What would the children do next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time! Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's finish reading Homework. Previously, Gran made the shed into a nature laboratory for the children. She took them into the woods. They collected lots of different leaves. Nadine made bark rubbings. Each type of tree has different bark. They stuck the leaves in their diaries. Gran planted some seeds. The next morning, Gran used melted fat, seeds and nuts to make breakfast for birds. When the fat had sat, she hung the pots in the garden. They watched the birds when they came to eat their breakfast. So far, for their nature project, what had they studied? They had studied leaves, bark, rocks, seeds, and birds. What would they do next? In the afternoon, Gran took them to a special place in the woods. "Now for a secret," said Gran. "Look." Gran knew her woods very well. as if the woods were her own garden. She knew what to see and where to find them. What do you think the secret was? Was it a special type of flower? An animal? A bug? Or a stream with fish and frogs? The children looked around. There were colored mushrooms everywhere. It's amazing! Gasped Nadim. Look, but don't touch, said Gran. Oh, Gran, you truly surprised me. I'd never guess mushrooms. Are you surprised too? Look at these mushrooms. So many and so colorful. They looked like a city for fairies. Why did Gran say, look, but don't touch? That's right, because wild mushrooms can be poisonous. 野蘑菇可能是有毒的。So please remember, don't touch them and do not eat them. On the way home, Chip found some marks in the mud. Are they animal tracks? He asked. Good job, Chip, for finding the marks. Tracks are marks left by animals, humans, or cars. These marks were surely not human tracks or car tracks. I think they were animal tracks. Then the question was, which animal? Gran got some powder out of her bag. She mixed it with water and made a paste. Then she poured the paste onto the animal track. Gran was always prepared when she went into the woods. A paste is a thick, soft, and sticky mixture. What was she making? This is plaster, said Gran. It will dry in the shape of the animal track. It's called a cast. Gran used a piece of paper to make a mold. Then she poured the paste into the mold. Plaster 就是石膏 Cast 就是模型 Plaster becomes hard when it's dry. When it's dry, it becomes a cast. Do you want to see how the cast looks like? Let's turn to the next page. They took the cast back to the laboratory. Biff looked up the animal track in a book. It's from a badger, she said. A badger 就是獾 A badger has a pointed face and black and white stripes on its head. That's how a cast looks like. The animal track was left in the dry plaster. Biff found out it was a badger's track. It's fun to make an animal track cast. I want to try it next time. Do you? Tonight, I have another surprise, said Gran. We need to wrap up warm, and we'll need the sunbeds. Sunbeds? Asked Biff. What time was it? Can you tell from the picture? I think it was late afternoon. They were having afternoon tea with biscuits. Yum. Look out of the window. The sun was setting. Why did Gran need the sunbeds at night? There was no sun. Gran was full of surprises. I can't wait to see what their surprise was. They lay on the sunbeds and looked up. The sky was full of shooting stars. This is amazing, said Chip. And it's your homework, said Gran. Shooting stars 就是流星。The sunbeds were not for sunbathing, but for stargazing. They should be called starbeds. Do you like to look up at the night sky? Yes, I love it too. It is, as Chip said, amazing. How do you like the children's homework? Yes, I think it's amazing too. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Olympic Adventure. What does the word Olympic sound to you? Does it sound like 奥林匹克? That's where the word 奥运会 comes from. What can the children see through the trees? They can see men running. They are having a race. People are watching and cheering for them. Does it look like the Olympic Games we see today? Not quite. Where are the girls? Why are the girls watching the games from a tree? Let's read a story together. The children were doing a project on Olympic Games. Tomorrow, we will go to the museum. And next week, it's Sports Day, said Mrs. May. The children were doing another project. Last time, we read about their project on France. This time, the project was on Olympic Games, the biggest sports competition in the world. People from many countries compete with one another to win medals. What was Biff holding? She was holding a picture of the Olympic flag. 5 rings in 5 different colors represent 5 continents. What would the children do on Sports Day? Everyone can enter a race on Sports Day, said Mrs. May. I think the girls should have a sewing race, laughed one of the boys. Sports Day sounded like mini Olympic Games. Mrs. May said everyone could enter a race. Everyone including boys and girls. Sewing 就是针线活。 Is sewing a sport? I don't think so. But why did the boy say that girls should have a sewing race? Do you think this was a good idea? Look at the girls. None of them smiled. They didn't think what the boy said was funny. In fact, they looked cross. After school, Anina and Wilma went to play with Biff. Anina was cross. Some boys are so silly, she said. The magic key began to glow. Why was Anina cross? Because some boys thought the girls were not strong enough to enter a real race. Girls were only good at sewing. Do you think she was right to be cross? The magic key heard what the girls said and took them on an adventure. The magic took the girls back in time to a village in Greece. A boy was calling to the villagers. "Follow me to the games," he said. Greece 就是希腊。Why did the magic take them to Greece? That's right, because the Olympic Games started in Greece. The girls came just in time for the games. How exciting! Follow means go after. Let's follow the boys to the games. Can we go too? Asked Biff. Anyone can come, said the boy, as long as they're male. Wait a second. What did the boy mean? It means girls and women could not go to the games. Well, why not? Let's see what the girls thought about that. The men and the boys from the village went to the games. It's not fair, said Anina. Let's follow them, said Biff. Anina was cross again. Do you think it was fair? What could the girls do? Biff wanted to follow the men and the boys. Let's follow the girls. Outside the games, there were lots of guards. They only let men and boys into the games. We'll never get in, said Biff. Why didn't they let the girls and women into the games? Were they afraid that the girls and women would win all the medals? I wish we could see, said Wilma. Anina had an idea. Let's climb a tree, she said. What did they see up in the tree? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's keep on reading Olympic Adventure. Previously, the children were doing a project on Olympic Games. They would go to the museum and have a sports day. Mrs. May said everyone could enter a race. But a boy joked that the girls should have a sewing race. Anina was cross. Then the magic key took them back in time to a village in Greece. A boy was calling the villagers to follow him to the games. But he said everyone could go as long as they were male. Anina thought it was not fair. They followed the boys and men to the outside of the games. Lots of guards were there and they only let men and boys into the games. Anina thought they could climb a tree and see the games from there. The girls climbed an olive tree. They could see the games. They watched the race. Lots of men ran with shields. Olive tree 就是橄榄树. It's the national tree of Greece. From the tree, the girls could see the games clearly. The Olympic Games looked very different back then. The runners didn't wear shoes. They ran with shields. When do you use a shield? Yes, when you are fighting in a war. In old Greece, sports were a way to prepare boys and men to fight in wars. What did the winner get in the old days? The winner won a prize. The prize was a vase. A man put a crown on the winner's head. So, instead of a medal, the winner won a vase. Don't drop it. The winner also got a crown. Usually, only kings and queens, princes and princesses wear crowns. But in old Greece, there were no kings or queens, princes and princesses. Crowns were given to winners in the Olympics or poetry competitions. Then the girls watched some men throwing discs as far as they could. "Hey, you!" shouted a girl. Disc throw is a sport we still have in today's Olympic Games. The man wore a skirt and nothing on top. I'm pretty sure that no one dressed like that in the Beijing Olympic Games in 2008. As far as they could, 就是他们能扔多远就扔多远的意思。Who was the girl shouting? Were they in trouble? The girl was under the tree. If anyone catches you here, you'll be in for the high jump, she said. High jump is also a sport. In high jump, you jump as high as you can. What does in for the high jump mean? Does it mean that the girls could enter the race for high jump? No, it means to be punished for doing something bad. It means the girls could be in trouble. Then, why are you here? Asked Biff. I'm picking olives, said the girl. My name is Hera. you'd better come with me to the village. Olives are the fruits of the olive tree. You can eat them or make oil out of them. Have you tried an olive before? Some people don't like the taste, but I like it. What did Hera want to do with the girls in the village? In the village, they met Hera's friend, Mila. It's always quiet when the games are on, said Mila. It's so boring. There was nothing to do in the village. The boys and men were having fun in the games and winning vases and crowns. The girls were picking olives. It was so boring. 无聊死了. Suddenly, Anina had an idea. Can you get all of your friends together? She asked. What was Anina's idea? The girls in the village came to the meeting. This is my grandmother, said Mila. She paints the vases for the games. Wow! Hera and Mila had lots of friends. I bet all of them found it boring to be left in the village. Mila's grandmother painted the vases for the winners. But she couldn't go to see the games herself. That's not fair. What did Anina want to do with all the girls? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Olympic Adventure. Previously, the girls couldn't get into the games, so they climbed an olive tree. They watched the race from there. Lots of men ran with shields. The winner won the vase and wore a crown. The girls watched a disc throw. Then a girl named Hera shouted at them. She said the girls would be in for the high jump if anyone called them there. She asked the girls to go to the village with her. In the village, they met Hera's friend, Mila. It was boring in the village. Anina had an idea. She called a meeting, and the girls in the village came. Mila's grandmother came too. She painted the vase for the games. What was Anina's idea? Listen, everyone, said Anina. Why should boys have all the fun? Let's have a girls' Olympic Games. A girls' Olympic Games. Do you like this idea? I love it. Even the dogs, goats, and chickens in the village were interested. What were they going to do in the Girls' Olympic Games? There were all sorts of races, and all the girls took part. There was a 3-legged race and a sack race. Why was it called the 3-legged race? Yes, because you tie the right leg of a runner to the left leg of the other runner. Together, two of them only had 3 legs. 2 people ran as one. Wilma and Hera were in the front. Come on, Biff and Mila. Anina and another girl were jumping in sacks. I think these races looked more fun than running with shields. Don't you think? Mila's grandmother gave the girls some old plates. The girls threw them like discs. They threw them as far as they could. What a fun way to put old plates to good use. It must be exciting to hear the smash of plates when they hit the ground. Mila's grandmother knew how to have fun. I want to try this game too. What else did they do? The girls had an olive and spoon race. Biff dropped her olives, and Hera slipped on them. In Anina, Wilma, and Biff's school, they usually had an egg and spoon race. The girls made some changes to the race and used whatever they had, the olives. Watch out, Hera! Who do you think won the race? Mila's grandmother painted the girls on a vase. Hera made some crowns from olive twigs. We're all winners, she said. Mila's grandmother was such a good artist. This must be the first time she painted a vase for girl winners. Twigs are small branches. The crowns made of olive twigs were just as beautiful as crowns made of gold. The girls put the crowns on themselves. The boys and the man came back. Girls doing sports? Said one boy. That will never catch on. Suddenly, the magic key began to glow. Why did Wilf and Biff carry Anina? I think they wanted to thank her for coming up with the idea of the Girls' Olympic Games. Catch on means become popular. Do you think the boy was right? The next day, Mrs. May took the class to the museum. There was a display about the Greek Olympics. In a glass case, there was a broken vase. There were all kinds of paintings and objects about the Greek Olympics in the museum. A man running with a torch. A man throwing a disc. The vase in the case looked familiar. What was it about? A long time ago, a Girls' Olympics began, said Mrs. May. Anina looked at the boys. And did the idea catch on? She asked. That was the vase Mila's grandmother made for the girls. And now it was in the museum. Did the idea catch on? Of course it did. In 2016, in the Rio Olympic Games, women won more medals than men in 29 countries. So next time, if someone says your idea will never catch on, What should you say? Well, you don't need to say anything. Just do it. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called Mirror Island. What do you think this story is about? Why is an island called the Mirror Island? Who is the man with the long white beard? What do you think the man is doing? Yes, he is digging. What might he be digging for? What was he looking for? Let's read the story together. Chip was in his bedroom. He was busy drawing. Chip, called Biff. Wilf and Wilma are here. Do you think Chip liked drawing? Yes, he did. How do you know? That's right. Look at all the color pencils and brushes he had. And look at the pictures he put on the wall. What was Chip drawing? Would he show his drawing to Wilf and Wilma? Chip went downstairs. Chip showed them his drawing. He had made a pattern. What is it? Asked Wilf. A pattern is a design, 就是一种图案或者花样。The first thing Chip did was to show his drawing to Wilf and Wilma. He must be proud of it. But Wilf and Wilma couldn't tell what it was. Do you want to see his drawing? Let's go to the next page. It looks like a word, said Wilma. Come up to my room, said Chip. Then I can show you. They went up to Chip's room. It did look like a word. But not any word I know. Do you know this word? No? Well, let's go upstairs to Chip's room to find out. Chip put a mirror on the paper. The pattern said, Chip, in mirror writing. Biff wanted to do some mirror writing, but Chip had run out of paper. When you look into a mirror, you can see yourself. But your right side becomes your left. Do you see how mirror writing works? You write the word backwards and flip every letter. If you still don't know how it works, the best way is to find some paper and a mirror and do it yourself. So what did Biff do next? Biff went to her room to get some paper. The magic key was glowing. It was time for an adventure. Come here, everybody, she called. What do you think the magic would take them this time? You are right, the Mirror Island. What's on the Mirror Island? Lots and lots of mirrors? Let's go and see. The magic took them to an island. have been here before," said Wilma. "We've met some pirates," said Wilf. "Do you remember this island? The pirates came to this island and took the children to their ship. Do you remember what they did on the pirates' ship?" "Yes, they had a party." "I don't see any pirates this time. And I don't see any mirrors on the island." Chip did bring his mirror with him on this adventure. Wilma saw some footprints in the sand. There must be someone on the island," she said. "Oh, help!" said Wilf. "There he is!" Why did Wilf say, "Oh, help"? Did the man look like a bad man? "He looks fierce," said Biff. "Run for it!" The children began to run. "Stop!" called the man. "Come back!" And he began to cry. Do you think he looked fierce? Look at his long beard. Look at his hairy arms and legs. How did the children feel? They felt frightened. Would you run away if you saw someone like that? I know I would. What did he want from the children? Why did he begin to cry? How did he get to the island? Who was he? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tone. Let's keep on reading Mirror Island. Previously, Chip drew something in his bedroom. He showed it to Wilf and Wilma. They didn't know what the pattern was. Chip asked them to come to his room. He put a mirror on the paper. The pattern said, Chip, in mirror writing. Biff wanted to do some mirror writing when the magic key began to glow. The magic took them to an island. The same island where they met some pirates. But this time, they didn't see any pirates, but a man with a long white beard. He looked fierce and chased after the children. What did he want? Why are you crying? Asked Wilma. Do I frighten you? Asked the man. Yes, said Biff. You look so fierce. You have such long hair. Do you think the man was frightening? He did look strange. Why was his hair and beard so long? Why were his clothes so shaggy? Why was he chasing after the children? Why was he on this island alone? Everything about this man was just strange and a bit frightening. Don't you think? I don't look that bad. Do I? Asked the man. Chip gave him the mirror. The man looked in it. How do you think the man feel?
Oh, no!
Screamed the man.
I look terrible. No wonder you were frightened.
He began to cry again. Screamed means shouted loudly and long. Can you show me how to scream? Oh my, it hurt my ears. Good job screaming. Terrible means very bad. Look at this poor man. He must be the only one on this island before the children came. No wonder he cried. No wonder means it's not surprising. I guess there was no mirror on this mirror island before Chip brought his. No wonder the man had no idea he looked terrible. Why was the man crying again? What had happened to him?
My name is Captain Crow,
he said.
I've been alone for 10 months and 6 days. My crew took the ship.
Oh my! 10 months and 6 days alone on an island? No wonder he looked frightening and terrible. No wonder he was crying. Can you live on an island by yourself for 10 months and 6 days? I don't even know if I could do that for 6 days. Captain is the head of a ship or a team. Crew means a group of people working together. His crew should have worked together with him. Why did his crew take the ship and leave him, the captain, on this island? Why did they do that? Asked Wilf.
We couldn't find the treasure,
said Captain Crow.
They said I was useless.
Useless means no use. Look at the word useless. Can you tell there are 2 parts in it? Use and less. Less means no here. So useless means no use. Captain Crow couldn't do what the crew wanted him to do. So the crew said he was useless. How did the children feel now? They were not frightened. They felt sorry for the man. They listened carefully to what Captain Crow wanted to say. If you could ask Captain Crow a question, which question would you ask? What I want to ask him is, where is the treasure? Captain Crow had a treasure map. The children looked at it.
It looks odd,
said Captain Crow.
I couldn't understand it.
Odd means strange. How do you think the children feel? I think Wilf, Chip, and Wilma found it odd too. But look at Chip. He smiled. What was he thinking? Look at these funny words, said Biff. What do they mean? I think I understand it, said Chip. It's in mirror writing.
Good
Good job, Chip. What did the map say? Chip put the mirror on the map. Captain Crow could read the writing. It says, "Here lies the treasure," he said. He began to run. Why did he begin to run? Do you think he would find the treasure this time? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Mirror Island. Previously, the man on the island was crying. Biff told him he looked fierce. Chip gave him the mirror. The man looked in it and screamed. He found out that he did look terrible and began to cry again. The children learned that the man was Captain Crow. He had been alone on this island for a long time because his crew took the ship. His crew left him because he couldn't find the treasure. The children looked into the treasure map. Nobody understood it, but Chip knew it was mirror writing. Chip put the mirror on the map. Captain Crow read the writing and began to run. "Where are you going?" said Biff. "To get my spade," said Captain Crow. "Come on," said Wilma. "It looks as if we have some digging to do." What do you do with a spade? Yes, you dig with a spade. What did the man want to dig? That's right, the treasure. With Chip's mirror, Captain Crow finally knew where the treasure was. Was the map right? We'll have to dig. Captain Crow looked at the map. This is the place to dig, he said. He dug and dug. Soon, he had dug a deep hole. Why didn't the children help the man? Well, because there was only one spade. How deep was the hole? Whoa! Very deep. Did he find anything? At last, the spade hit a wooden box. "Oh, it's a big chest," said Captain Crow. "Thanks to you and your mirror, I found the treasure." A chest is a large wooden box. Was the treasure really inside the chest? Let's open it. Captain Crow opened the chest. Everyone gasped. It was full of gold and silver. "Hooray!" shouted Captain Crow. "I'm rich!" With his gold and silver, what do you think Captain Crow should buy first? I think he should buy a haircut and some clothes. But there was nothing on this island. How could he spend his gold and silver? He needed to get out of this island first. But how? Wilma saw a ship. It was sailing past the island. "Help!" shouted Captain Crow. "I'm over here! Come and rescue me!" A ship came just in time. Could the people on that ship hear or see him? "It can't see you," said Wolf. Wilma had a good idea. "Use the mirror!" she cried. "Flash it at the ship!" Wilma always had good ideas. What could the mirror flash? Yes, it could flash the light. Could the ship see the flashing light? The ship flashed back at Captain Crow. "Now I can leave the island!" he yelled. "Help me hide the treasure. I will come back for it one day." Why did Captain Crow want to hide the treasure? I guess he didn't want to share with the people on the ship. If you were Captain Crow, what would you do? The magic key began to glow. "It's time for us to go," said Biff. "You can keep the mirror," said Chip. "To have a shave and a haircut." To shave is to a beard clean. You may think that a mirror on an island is useless, but it is very useful. Chip used the mirror to help Captain Crow find the treasure, flashed at a ship, and have a shave and a haircut. Now you know why the island is called the Mirror Island. Next time, if you are going to an island, remember to bring a mirror with you. You never know what a mirror can do for you. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.